guys. Elaine, or whoever is on, I just want to make sure that that the live feed is going to come up on here whenever we start. That's great. Yeah, my question is, whenever we gavel in, I assume the live feed's going to come up, or I'm going to be able to see what's going on.
Good morning. Can you mute that for a second, please? We will call this meeting to order.
I'm not just going to see the ceiling like I see right now, is what I'm saying.
This morning's invocation will be led by Reverend Stella Halter, of United Methodist Church. If you will please all rise.
Friends, I'm honored to be with you today with the Book of Psalms. The Book of Psalms contains over and over a prayer that says, "How long, O Lord?" And that has been the prayer of my heart lately. Oh Lord, how long do we have to live like we're living now? And so with that psalm in mind, let us pray. Oh Lord, how long? How long do we have to deal with a broken world, with so many broken things, with disease and fear all around us? We call on you, O Lord. You are the God who sees all, and you see into every heart here. And so we acknowledge, Lord, that today is a miracle. It's a miracle we all got out of bed and kept going this morning. And so, Lord, we pray for your strength and protection as we wait and work for a better world, that you would just fill us with your grace so that we could continue putting one foot in front of the other, making our world, our community a better place. Bless these people this day. Give us the strength and the sustenance we need as we hold on and continue to do your will. This we pray. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Dr. Cardenas, will you please call the roll?
Commissioner Inglesby.
Here.
Commissioner Jones. Here. Commissioner Schell.
Here.
Commissioner Smith.
Here.
And Judge Becerra.
Here. So public comments is the way we have shifted our agenda quite some time ago. And based on the current events, I'm glad we did that because we have quite a few of you in the courtroom. And it's important to me to do everything I can to keep us all as safe as possible. And so once your agenda item, I'm not forcing you out, I want to clarify, thank you. Once your agenda item has been read, if you can find a way to go televised, we ask that you leave the courtroom. Now, if you want to stick around, that's okay, but just know that our bailiff has been instructed to hand me, which he hand me the agenda highlighting who is here for what agenda item numbers so that we can most efficiently take care of you and keep you moving and empty the courtroom and go remotely for the rest of it. We have a pretty robust list of people signed up to speak today. Thank you for being here. It is this very process, whether someone agrees with you or not, it is this very process that makes us the wonderful country that we are. So thank you for taking the time to do this today. It's very important. Those in the audience who have submitted a public participation witness form will now have 3 minutes to speak on non-agenda related topics. Unfortunately, no action may be taken by the court during public comments as we are expected not to respond. Any questions will be taken as rhetorical. All comments are opinions of the speaker and are not meant to be necessarily construed as truth. Please keep your comments and language civil and respectful, or you will forfeit the remainder of your time. In the spirit of respect, please silence your cell phones. And our first speaker, and I usually allow for the timer to go off and you to complete your thoughts, but I want to stay a little closer to it because of the number of folks that are here. And so when the timer goes off, please be respectful for the next speaker and everyone else that we're running this meeting. And so please, when the timer goes off, do your very best to end it. First up, we have Mr. Dan Lyon.
Good morning, Judge Becerra and Commissioners. Happy Bastille and Election Runoff Day. There are many similarities between Bastille Day and Election Day. People formed in rabid Republican mobs during the French Revolution to get what they wanted. People form in rabid mobs today, i.e. Democrats and Republicans, to get what they want on Election Day. Revolutionaries stormed the Bastille to free a handful of lunatics. Today, people storm Commissioner's Court to speak to a handful of, well, you get the picture. Speaking of lunacy, presiding over a debt of $779 million is, well, you get the picture once again. What to me is even more baffling is that a majority of you claim to be conservative. The fact is that the continuing population growth and the recent collapse in interest rates are the only things that are keeping this leaky vessel afloat. The mismanagement of public funds is appalling. A responsible toddler could do better. When are you folks going to get serious about your spending? Or are you purposely trying to bankrupt the county? Let's get to the disbursements. We've got Burnett County Treasurer, May 2020 inmate prescriptions, $150. Same thing, Burnett County Treasurer, March 2020 inmate housing, $26,850. Burnett County May inmate housing, $94,700. Caldwell County Sheriff's Office, May 20th inmate housing, $2,728. June inmate housing, $1,860. Fort Bend County Treasurer, May 20th inmate housing, a whopping $123,640. Guadalupe County Sheriff's Department, March 2020 inmate housing, $24,000. May 2020 inmate housing, $15,500. Walker County Treasurer, May 2020 inmate housing, $1,209. WellPath LLC, August 2020 healthcare for the jail, a whopping $153,138.19. iCore Tech, SWAT robot for the Sheriff's Department. We've got 10 disbursements for $104,853.39. We were all hoping that the drones they got would keep them busy for a while, but now they've got to go to robots also. Performance Services Incorporated, Energy Efficiency Program, countywide operations. We've got 7 disbursements, $59,738.80, and we don't even know what they do, but thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Dan Lyon, for wrapping up as quickly as you could. Next up, we have Elaine Vanderwall. If you will please approach the podium.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. I'm a resident of the City of Wimberley, and I'm here to speak about the concerns we have over a proposed development in our residential neighborhood. It is located at the corner of Kearney Lane and Pinion Trail. And although this is a quiet residential neighborhood, the developer in this particular lot, Lot 35, wants to put his commercial business, which is a heavy construction equipment. He's going to bring out some fuel tanks, and he's also going to have the office for his 7 employees. He's already put up a 10-foot commercial fence with barbed wire at the top, and then 2 very large entrance exits that could accommodate a semi-truck if needed. So I think all of you have a packet that we have given out, and if you kindly look at that map, the lot 35 is towards the bottom. It's highlighted in blue. You can see that's at the corner of Kearney Lane and Pinion Trail. Kearney Lane is the only road for our residents to enter or leave the neighborhood. The only way to get to that lot 35 where the proposed development is on Kearney Lane, and our junior high and our high school is also located on Kearney Lane. So these are all dead-end streets, and the only access for high school, junior high kids. And our neighborhood residents, 3 different neighborhoods around that area, around the school, is the only way to access our properties. So the blue areas are area of concern. The red areas are all the residents in these 3 different neighborhoods who strongly oppose the development to put this construction business here in the middle of our neighborhood. And they've all signed a petition, which is attached after the maps. So you can glance at that. You can see that there's an overwhelming support of all the residents in these neighborhoods. So of course we're afraid for the safety of our children who go to school. I have a kid that goes to junior high, kid that goes to the high school right up the road. If you look back at that map, you can see it's less than half a mile from that proposed development up Kearney Lane, where the kids are walking to and from school each day. They cross over Kearney Lane all day long, accessing the different facilities between the junior high and the high school and the training facilities. And there's also kids riding their bikes and driving along Kearney Lane. Our other worry is about the safety of the residents, since they're going to have fuel tanks there. Of course, we're concerned about gas tank explosions, and because these are all dead ends, this is at the very entrance of our street. There's no way out for any of us. So we are pleading with also the Hays County Fire Marshal. We're also worried about the fact that he's knowingly violating our deed restrictions, and we're worried, of course, about our neighborhood well-being and our property values. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Mr. Dwayne York.
Judge Vaccaro and Commissioners, I appreciate this opportunity to address you in regards to the Kearney Lane issue that was just addressed. In 2019, we did our annual campus safety audit done by the Hays County Sheriff's Office, and 2 things stood out at the junior high and the high school, and that was the massive traffic that is created on Kearney Lane, and especially whenever we have construction vehicles. So what we did is that we spent $38,000 because part of this road is a Wimberley, City of Wimberley road. The other part is Hays County. And so on the Wimberley side of Kearney Lane, we spent $38,000 building speed humps, crosswalks, and putting up flashing lights because of the danger of the kids, as was spoken just a second ago, that cross Kearney Lane all the time. And so we are very concerned about the safety of our kids. We hired a security guard specifically at the high school. His #1 job is to take care of the parking lot area, make sure that all the exterior doors of the high school and the junior high are secure. But then in the afternoon, he spends time with my principals who get out there on the highway and direct traffic. We've had several incidences over the last couple of years that really do concern me. Most of it is construction vehicles. A lot of it is with flatbed trailers. They're not aware of the speed humps, or they don't care, and they come plowing through there, and you can imagine the debris that falls off on Kearney Lane. And then our buses are coming through, and they're trying to cut in between our buses. I mean, it is a very unsafe situation. And I feel like that the more that Kearney Lane is developed commercially, that the safety of our kids are really at risk. This neighborhood that they're talking about, I have driven all through that neighborhood. They're exactly right. If there's fuel tanks and there is a fire, I don't know how these people are gonna get out. We can't even run our buses down these roads. They're too narrow. If oncoming traffic comes, our bus has to go clear over, really off the road completely for traffic to come out of that neighborhood. So I would really like you to consider what these residents are wanting the Hays County to do, the court to do, and I just don't know a safe way to get around this new development. I've been there, I've seen it, and Ms. Van Wally was absolutely correct. That is, they're building gates for large construction. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. York. Next up, we have Miss Elaine, Dr. Elaine Hansen Cardenas.
Hi, I'm Elaine Cardenas, a resident of Wimberley and of Hays County, and I'm speaking here as a citizen of the county, not in my official capacity as the county clerk. I'm here to express my concerns, along with my neighbors, about what we understand to be the planned use of this piece of property that's just 2 doors down from my house. We understand that to be the construction of large above-ground storage tanks for gasoline and the refueling of tankers. I do understand that the Commissioners Court has very limited authority for dealing with this kind of a situation, and yet I urge you to exercise whatever regulatory authority you have and power that you might have, or responsibility for protecting the public safety and the public health of our citizens. I know that the local county code does authorize you to deal with a number of threats in the community, things like prairie dogs of all things and other sort of dangerous or destructive animals, herbicides, all kinds of trash, things like that. In this case, we're talking about hazmat, hazardous materials, as defined by the Federal General Services Administration. Benzene, which is a component of gasoline, is a known carcinogen, and the vapors and fumes that would be released inevitably during refueling are also carcinogenic. But more than that is the concern about the very likely possibility of a fire or an explosion. As others have pointed out, this is a small community of about 150 houses, fairly densely packed, on cul-de-sacs or short roads leading off of Kearney Lane. And there's absolutely no escape for the children, the elderly, and the disabled people like my bedridden husband, should there be a catastrophic event in the community. And there are the children. There's an elementary school, a middle school, and a high school just up the street. And by the way, county employees at the transfer station would also be blocked and at risk. So I'm not an opponent of the oil and gas industry. I'm dependent on it like everyone else. I understand its value to the economy. And I certainly don't have any quarrel with anybody profiting from it. But this kind of an industrial operation that puts people at risk is not suitable for a residential community like this. It's simply not safe. So I'm asking you to do whatever you can to lend support or guidance or help to find an alternative solution that will keep our residents safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Cardenas. Next up, we have Ms. Cara LeBlanc.
We would like to bring your attention today to the facts regarding Lot 35 of Leah Acres, Your Honor and Commissioners. In the packet we handed you at the beginning contains the original deed restrictions, which the Director of Hays County Development Services advises us are still valid and enforced. These deed restrictions set forth by Austin Catering Services for Leah Acres on January 20th, 1971, specifically state, and I quote, "The premises shall be used for residential purposes only, and no commercial or business trade shall be carried on any of the tracts in said subdivision. The first paragraph of the replat notes of the March 20th, 2019 replat by the owner reads, quote, "Consent to all plat note requirements and restrictions heretofore granted." The second paragraph of the subject replat reads, "I, the owner of the land, certify that this plat does not attempt to amend or remove any covenants or restrictions." Hayes County Development Services confirmed that a commercial site for heavy construction equipment and a refueling station are actually planned for Lot 35 Lee Acres. We just wish to resolve the disparity between the original deed restrictions in force and agreement and the requested replat, and what is, really being approved to actually take place on the variance of Lot 35 Lee Acres. We call on you to use your rightful authority described in the 2018 Guide to Texas Laws for County Officials under County Commissioners Court Responsibility Number 10, Public Health and Welfare, Property Code Chapter 203, may enforce deed restrictions in counties with a population exceeding 200,000, Hayes County having a population of over 230,000. And number 8, regulatory responsibility. Counties have statutorily specified regulatory responsibilities. Additionally, in some cases, they have an advisory role with state agencies. Local government code may adopt and enforce subdivision regulations. Section 232.001 and Section 242.001. The stakes are high for the safety of as many as 2,000 residents within 3/10 of a mile from the projected fueling station. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Ms. Shirley Schultz.
Thank you, Your Honor and Commissioners, for hearing us read the variance of Lot 35 in Lee Acres, also known as 101 Pinon Trail to the Fire Marshal, the entrance of a residential subdivision in Wimberley. We bring the community's voice of concern with 98% of the landowners in Cedar Ridge Estates, which is within the Wimberley city limits, Leah Acres subdivision, Green Acres subdivision, all who object to this hazardous site and have signed the petition. We have a courtroom full of people, residents attending today from these subdivisions mentioned. The project was shut down last year in June, the variance being applied for again this year. The Hayes County Development Services verified to me that the subject variance or subdivide will be used for heavy construction equipment site with a fueling station. Yet the replat notes state that the opposite, saying it will uphold all of the residential-only deed restrictions, as you heard read. The Commissioners Court Local Government Code Section 232.002 states that you have the power to approve or refuse to approve plats. The local government in section of the Local Government Code in Section 232.005 also states that you may file an action to enforce subdivision requirements. You heard the concerns of Mr. York, the superintendent of Wimberley ISD. I spoke with the Hayes County Fire Marshal last week expressing our concerns of this unregulated fueling stations. With anywhere from 500 to 1,500 gallons of fuel, a fire could travel, according to the U.S. Forest Service data, a conservative 6 miles an hour, and by that calculation, 3/10 of a mile in 3 to 5 minutes. A fire reaching the school, trapping hundreds of residents, as you heard, and before they were even aware that there was a fire. This was also confirmed by a 25-year veteran fireman in our area as highly possible. On the Hayes County public records, one of the owners of Lot 35 has a criminal class citation for violation of regulations for septic tank management, burning during a burn ban, and a charge of criminal mischief. There are many unanswered questions. Should the owner receive a building permit from Hays County Fire Marshal? Would the replat variance enable breaking the deed restrictions? Will they be able to obtain a permit from TCEQ, the state, for building multiple storage tanks in the Edwards Aquifer? Will they meet the Texas requirements of Texas Health and Safety Code 361.003? Will the owner have ample turning space, obtain commercial driveway permits, and will they comply with transportation regulation, oversize, overweight? We appeal to you elected officials to consider the safety and risk factors for 2,000 people. Can we, with good conscience and due diligence, approve this variance? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next up, we have Jerome Michael McLaughlin.
Morning, Judge and Commissioners. Thank you for taking the time to listen to us. I only recently learned about this, so I don't have any prepared statements or legal justifications for saying what I'm going to say. But I'm in the logistics business, work out of my home. I'm also an artist, so I have a home and studio approximately 150 yards from the proposed location. As you may know, at the end of Kearney Lane, we already have a recycling center, and so there's constant heavy equipment moving up and down Kearney Lane, offloading at the recycling center, and in the process, damaging the roads, creating all sorts of hazards for the children and the residents and the animals of the area. And we also have constant debris that's along the sides of the road. When I learned about the possibility of Site 35 having also heavy equipment, but in addition, the possible refueling stations, I was a bit shocked and appalled, to be honest with you. Given the fact that the area is mainly residential, and it is, as you know right now, this time of year, extremely dry, should there be any kind of spark or fire resulting from 500 to 1,500 gallon tanks in the area, we are going to see widespread destruction, loss of life, and not only to the property and to the animals, but the people and the children that attend the schools at the end of the road. So I guess my only reason for being here this morning is a bit of an emotional plea to say, please consider the human factors that will take place should this strictly commercial interest take place. I'm a live and let live kind of person. That's how I live my life. But this isn't about living. This is really about a selfish commercial interest and affecting the lives of many. So thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you, sir, and thank you for taking the time to come in. Next up, we have Ms. Karen Robbins. Did I say that right? I'm sorry. Lauren, there it is, Lauren Robbins.
Good day.
Sorry.
Thank you for listening to us.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm a licensed massage therapist, as well as I have a studio where people come for meditation and yoga and exercise. And I feel that this would affect the people who come to this area, and they've been coming to my place for about 10 years now, and they consider it a place of solace and healing, and I feel that this would upset what a lot of people look forward to. Excuse me. I grew up, my early childhood was on a main street, and I would hear trucks and buses and loud noises. And I know once I moved here to Wimberley, the effect on my nervous system changed. And a lot of nervous disorders come from sounds that are not amenable to the body. And the trucks that would influence the solace of the body, which we moved here to Wimberley for that reason, to be at a place of quiet and respect for our neighborhood, would be mitigated. So let them move otherwise to another place. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Next up, we have Ms. Leslie E. Navarro.
Thank you, Judge and Commissioners, for letting me speak. My husband and I moved to Kearney Lane, directly across the street from Lot 35, in 2017. We appreciate the friendly, quiet, clean neighborhood where our home is located. Lot 35 is across the street from our home. If a loud, dusty, smelly, industrial business with heavy trucks and fuel tanks is permitted to operate at Lot 35, it will bring down property values and cause an eyesore for us to see from our porch and our home every day. We are certain that if a potential industrial company is allowed at Lot 35, it will create an unsafe and uncertain neighborhood that we all have grown to love and care for. My husband and I enjoy walking our dogs, riding our bicycles in our neighborhood because it's quiet and safe with minimal transfer station and residential traffic. Many school children walk on our streets to and from the schools and homes during the school year and at many other times. The school teams also jog through this neighborhood directly past Lot 35 for practice. The schools are about 3 blocks, as other people have stated, from Lot 35. The safety of these children will be greatly impacted with even a small amount of additional traffic. Many people who drive to and from the transfer station do not adhere to the 35-mile-per-hour posted speed limit. My personal mailbox has been hit twice since we've lived there in 3 years. That proves there's also traffic speed concerns also. Noise, smell, extra traffic, and fuel storage tanks will create extra stress on the neighborhood, their visitors, and pets. Not to mention, there's only one way in and one way out of this neighborhood, and that is Kearney Lane. It would create potentially disastrous situation in the event of an emergency if there's any extra traffic blocking the roads. Heavy, large trucks will create dangerous potholes also. Please consider all the potential hazards and problems that would be brought to our quiet residential community if this company is allowed to operate. Thank you for allowing me to voice my concerns about our beloved, safe neighborhood.
Thank you, ma'am. Sounds like we need to have a public hearing for speed limit reduction on Kearney Lane. Next up, Ms. Rita Duke.
Good morning, gentlemen. My name is Mrs. Rita Duke, and I have lived at 100 Pinion Trail in Wimberley, Texas since approximately 2003. I am here regarding the proposed subdivision of property that is located right across the street from my residence and which is adjacent to my front yard. I have been informed by letter by my neighbor, Mrs. Leslie Navarro, who resides at 601 Kearney Lane, that the current owners of the proposed subdivision have a proposed goal to pursue using the property that is under consideration for subdividing to have large trucks, equipment, an office, and fuel storage tanks on the property. My neighbor, Mrs. Shirley Schultz, had informed me that the property in consideration for subdividing into 3 lots have current deed restrictions prohibiting the use of the land for business and/or commercial purposes, and that the property, which is a part of a subdivision, was to be used for residential purposes only. When my husband and I purchased our home at 100 Pinion Trail, we were aware that our property had a deed restriction prohibiting the use of the property for commercial and/or business purposes, which my husband and I have honored and observed. In the beginning, when I received notification for the proposed subdivision, I had presumed that there would be potentially 3 residences that would be constructed on the property, which I would have been delighted to have 3 new potential neighbors. I was supportive for the subdivision if it were to be used for residential purposes. However, when I became aware that the property is being considered for commercial and/or business purposes, which would involve large trucks and equipment as well as fuel storage tanks, I became personally concerned that the current owners are wanting to use the Commissioners Court to evade their legal obligation to observe the deed restrictions of the property, which prohibits commercial and/or business use of the property, and to violate the intent for which the land was designated, and that is to be used for residential purposes only. The property abuts 3 properties that currently have residences on them. I would be supportive of the subdivision of the property, provided that the subdivision proposed would maintain the integrity of the use of the property for residential purposes only, and to maintain the integrity of the residential use of the property and the surrounding residential properties, that the continued observance of the prohibition of the commercial and/or business use of the property be observed. Without the aforementioned provision and exclusion to the property from commercial and/or business use, it would create an injustice in that the current property owners would no longer be obligated to have to observe the current deed restrictions that exclude the use of the property for commercial and/or business purposes, and would leave the option and/or opportunity to breach the current restrictions of the use of the property for business and/or commercial purposes. Without the continued restriction prohibiting the use of the proposed property for commercial and/or business purposes, the surrounding residential properties run the risk of losing their property value. The increased traffic to Kearney Lane and Pinion Trail would have an adverse impact on the current roads in that heavy trucks would contribute to rapid deterioration of the streets, thus requiring tax dollars for maintenance of these current streets. Kearney Lane is used during the school year by high school joggers, and I don't want to disrespect the time limit. I do have a copy of the remainder which is rather short, if I may.
You could leave it here with us, that's fine, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
I appreciate it, and thank you for your, yes, thank you for your conscientiousness. And I know you read as fast as you could, you did a good job.
Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am. And next up, Ms. Susan Raybuck.
Hello, I am Susan Raybuck, live in Wimberley on 401 Kearney Lane, and I will be affected by the traffic, of course, that will come about if this commercial use of the property is permitted. My biggest concern is the potential for a real serious fire situation. In 2011, as you can recall, there was a terrible drought throughout all of central Texas. And on Labor Day weekend in that year, we had a red fire alert throughout the area because of high winds circulating from the Gulf, a hurricane out there that triggered fires all through central Texas, including the Bastrop Complex fires. Some 435 fires started over many areas of Texas that very same day. And our fire departments were all, stretched very thin, working to put those fires out. The danger for our area is that we are a single outlet road, very narrow roads. The communication systems for alerting people of dangers and providing any other route out is very serious. Those fuel tanks are a big concern to me because if there's another serious drought and a fire gets started and goes through, or a spark from the tank sets off a fire, if the winds are high, those flames will travel at a great speed and prevent communication, and lives will be lost. So I am also someone who deals with asthma. I am concerned about the extra level of fumes in the area. I'm already dealing with some health impact from, environmental issues. And so I respectfully ask you all to deny the permit.
Thank you, Ms. Raybuck. Next up, we have Ms. Alina Acevedo.
Judge Becerra, Commissioners, is it dignified to have an overcrowded jail as we face a pandemic? Is it dignified to have nearly 300 inmates waiting to see a judge to review their case? Is it dignified to have such a high number of detainees and not even a public defender that can stand with an inmate during magistration? Is it dignified for Hays County community to have a legal system that does not support the investment in a prevention network for safety and integration? My name is Alina Acevedo. I am a resident of San Marcos and a preschool teacher. In my position, I have a special opportunity to be with 3-year-olds as they begin their school. Children in their innocence share openly with their friends and teachers about their daily lives at home. Each school year, I have children who share stories of their father being in jail or their happiness when their fathers come back home from jail. I often observe my students playing police and arresting one another. They pretend to handcuff their friends and lock them in jail. They play out the lessons they learn from the news and their personal family stories. What are they being taught about justice in America and Hays County? I want our children to grow witnessing justice, caring, and respect as human beings, instead of punishment and hopelessness. I will uphold my responsibility as a teacher to provide my students with a learning, caring environment. What will you do to help them understand justice and respect? Today, I stand here in front of you, carrying my students' stories and their early challenges. Can you help me support our children's community future with justice and a dignified legal system? Can we make better decisions that support the dignity and integration of a family rather than the punishment and isolation from society? Can we create a supportive network of prevention that sustains the safety of a community instead of investing most funds on a repetitive, punitive solution? I believe we can with your help. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Ms. Lauren Hubule.
Good morning, Judge Becerra and Commissioners. Thank you for your continued efforts during this unprecedented time. I return today the third time to request immediate action in the establishment of a Hays County Public Defender's Office. I believe the formation of a public defender's office in Hays County is the significant first step in the right direction to ensure justice for all. Discovering that my tax dollars fund a jail in which a majority of the detainees have yet to be sentenced and many remain there only because they cannot make bail is what brought me to this courtroom. Why is it that no one in this court full of privileged power can state at one time how many individuals on a daily basis sit in our jail unable to make bail? How many sit there because they must choose between paying bail or putting food on the table for their family at home? That is what I would define as a debtor's prison, despite General Counsel Kennedy's claim otherwise last week. I welcome the opportunity to review data that would prove my statement incorrect. In my recent research in Hays County criminal justice, I've learned the following. In Hays County, We do not offer justice for all, only to citizens who are able to pay for their bail. In Hays County, it's impossible to uncover accurate, up-to-date data on how many detainees are currently in our jail because they cannot make bail. I can only presume this is so because these numbers do not matter to you. These individuals have ceased to be the mothers, fathers, sons, and daughters they are, who have made a series of poor choices because they don't have the same luxury of choice that we in this room do. And if you don't think this matters to Hays County citizens, I'm here to tell you otherwise. It matters to me. May I remind everyone in this court, jailing a person for his or her inability to pay a fine is illegal under the state and federal law, and multiple U.S. Supreme Court rulings have declared the practice unconstitutional. The Texas State Constitution states no person shall be imprisoned for debt. I thank you for your time and your efforts.
Thank you very much. And our final speaker this morning is Ms. Christine Terrell.
Wow, it's like an honored position. Good morning, Commissioners and Judge Becerra. First, I would like to thank all the folks here who had a role in getting a firm commitment on a September 1st start date for the Cite and Divert program. I think it's a huge step forward and brings some much-needed relief to the system, and especially those subjected to it for minor offenses. So as I've been sitting in these meetings for the past few weeks, the Zen Buddhist idea of Shoshin keeps coming up for me. It translates as beginner's mind and refers to having an attitude of openness, eagerness, and lack of preconception when studying a subject, just as a beginner would. And this is so even when studying at an advanced level. I'm a beginner at trying to understand our criminal legal system here in Hays, and lots of questions have come up for me already. I'd like to share a few beginner mind questions here today. Why is it that only people who hold positions of power are in this room? Why are the people who are talked about in this room not here regularly to add their perspectives? Although I will say today seems to be a happy exception to that. Why do we have a DA, a sheriff, multiple constables, multiple justices of the peace, juvenile justice, probation, and a plethora of courts, yet we do not have even one county attorney responsible for providing defendants with a fair and vigorous defense? Why would commissioners choose to walk away from a large grant and decide not to pursue the state funding available for a public defender's office? Why is our DA able to get approval for his 81st employee, yet we're told we can't have a public defender? Why do we dedicate nearly 25% of our yearly budget, nearly $100 million, to law enforcement, but only 3% of the budget to health and human services? A beginner's mind is a valuable tool, especially in spaces filled with experts. This quote from Buddhist monk Shunryu Suzuki is a valuable one to keep in mind. In the beginner's mind, there are many possibilities, but in the experts, there are few. I wonder if part of what's wrong with our current criminal legal system is too many experts who are able to see only a few possibilities. Again, I thank you all for your time. I know there are an unlimited number of things to attend to, but I do believe our criminal legal system needs to be at the top of that list. Thanks.
Thank you, ma'am. And thank you all for speaking. I'm not going to run you out, but we're going to move through the agenda. And we will now go to agenda item number 1. If you will please open agenda item number 1. And one more time, thank you all for taking the time to be here. I know we genuinely appreciate you doing this.
Number 1, update from the county judge and staff regarding the local disaster declaration and COVID-19. Possible discussion and action may follow.
And just as soon as they clear out, Mr. Villalobos, if you will take the podium, state your name for the record. Thank you very much. We heard you loud and clear. As soon as that door closes. Okay.
Judge and Commissioners, Police Court, Alex Villalobos, Emergency Management Coordinator for Hays County and Chief of Staff. Our latest update with regards to testing is that the operational plan is moving along very smoothly. I know 747 tests were provided on its first day with regards to testing. Some of the updates that we have currently is that we're working with the university for a parallel testing site on campus. It's preliminary. We're working with and having discussions with Dr. Caranco about that type of testing on the campus. We're currently finalizing and still with regards to testing in the county as well. CommuniCare, which has a site in Kyle and one in Wimberley, as we're working to finalize an agreement with them to provide testing on some days. The scheduling is still being worked out, but that is something that we're working to have done by August 1st for the community, along with continuing supporting testing at Baylor Scott & White and Buda, and then also continuing with Premier ER. We are actively looking for a physical site and looking to finalize a lease with a physical site so that we can provide testing at that location. So, and that's going to be here in San Marcos as well.
And Alex, with working with these potential testing sites, what kind of test are we considering? Is it the swab now? Is that what we're, or is it?
With these sites, we're still supporting the nasal swabs, the ones that still have the high sensitivity and the accuracy within what we're getting as far as the tests are concerned from the state.
Thank you.
Yes.
Alex, I had a question if I can.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, just a quick question. I know we've talked for at least 3 weeks now about finalizing these contracts. My concern is that at the end of the day, if these things are in place and ready to go on August 1st, we need at least a week or two of lead time to communicate to our communities how, where, and when these testing facilities are going to be in operation.
Yes, sir.
So I don't know what we've heard that y'all are in process, but I would strongly recommend you and Mike and Tammy, we need to have those agreements in place. If we can get them within the next week, it would be the best.
Yes, sir.
But we have to have plenty of lead time to get that out. Do you have any idea on when y'all are looking at having those finalized, other than just saying we're almost finalized? And thank you for the time, by the way.
Yes, I know that we have had communications with a couple of the administrators and executive level people with those particular locations outside of the lease agreement, but the lease agreement is something that we're still waiting on. I think, Mike, do you have an update on the lease agreement at this point? Excuse me? Okay. We're still waiting on agreement with the leasing of the location with the real estate representative for us to get that done. That is something that we've all planned to do, and I know that Mike is working towards finalizing or getting something that we can have to the GC's office or General Counsel's office so we can finalize that.
If there's, I know y'all are working on it, if there's any way we can set like a drop dead date of a week from now, which would be the 21st, 22nd, something like that, to have those in place so that we could at least have 7 to 10 days to promote those, that would be helpful.
Yes, sir.
Please continue, Mr. Villalobos.
We have finalized the first responder isolation plan. We do have the bedding and the equipment and the materials needed for that. Our EMS chief, Mr. Swisher, has a pathway and contact for the keys in case that is needed on Texas State, so that has been finalized. We're also still feeling our way out for other sites, in particular the west side of Hayes County, so that we can support another site on that side. I know we talked about the one in Wimberley, which already has a site located off of Stillwater in Wimberley, but we're also looking for another site and putting out feelers in the west side of campus in the Dripping Springs area as well. We are finalizing an agenda and a messaging to start or to reestablish a bi-monthly meeting with elected officials and some of our officials in the medical field. We are keeping that county-centric with regards to response and information. I know I've been working with Kim with creating a clear and concise agenda, and then a plan to furthermore develop the agenda, which is a way to direct out, which would be receiving information the day before from people who have questions and items that they want to bring up, so we can facilitate that. I will be working on inviting the group again to it, and Kim will be involved in the meeting in and of itself to make notations for the meetings, to put out the updates on things that we can share as a result of that. So we are currently working on that.
And I guess we're still limited on who can participate on the
Right.
court.
We're also have reached out after discussions with, trying to ensure that our 20 to 29-year-old population is receiving information in a way that's most advantageous and understanding for them. I have reached out with a group to kind of create what we would call a task force for messaging, to utilize, Twitter and those other avenues where they're more prevalent in that particular age group with university students. So I've asked 5 university students, university leaders, and asked them to come forward to collaborate with the county with regards to messaging in that aspect, and that'll also be something that I'm working with Kim on to ensure that we start addressing that messaging, especially when we start getting the testing site, the parallel testing site. If that is finalized through the collaboration of the university and Dr. Carranco, then we'll definitely need that messaging to come forward, make sure that that's taken care of. From a regional response, there are discussions with Austin, Travis County, and surrounding counties with regards to an alternate care site that is currently being developed. It's still preliminary, and they're still working through those, and I know that they're doing some modeling, but I know that there has been discussion in their meetings with regards to collaborating with surrounding counties for an alternate care site. And they're looking at creating a secondary alternate care site, and really, it requires some infrastructure to the site that they're utilizing, but a good opportunity for collaboration for a regional response, especially for alternate care. We are also, they have reached out for a particular property for a long-term care site, and there was a brief meeting with myself and Tammy Crumley with regards to that. We had lots of questions about that, and I think that a lot of those questions were not answered. They didn't have a whole lot as far as direction and response to the questions that we had on support, how this was going to be handled, the funding, what type of clientele would be utilized in this particular site. So we had a lot of those questions that were brought forward, and we presented those questions to them, and they were going to come back with those, with some responses to that. We needed to have those first to really kind of understand so that we can bring it forward to the commissioners before we really communicated any details of that. So that is end of report for me.
Thank you. Ms. Crumley, anything you would like to contribute in regards to health testing? Maybe talk about our site or any numbers or anything going on that you might want to expand on?
Good morning, Tammy Crumley, Director of Countywide Operations. Testing resumed at the Live Oak Health Partners last week. They are still, my plan is to have them continue testing until we get the other test sites going. I feel like it's important to have some level of testing at the health department. People just kind of expect that to be available at the health department. We'll have to figure out the logistics on where, but I think we can make that happen for the time being. We are working on some messaging to post at apartment complexes and stuff where that age group live, perhaps in their offices, if they're still allowed to use their, whatever facilities they have there. Hopefully it'll reach them. I know Alex is working with the university and social messaging, but anything that we can get out there hopefully will help. 2 of the positions have been posted. I'm still working on some language for revamping a couple of them that were approved in court. And we have the other epidemiologist now with us from the state. So that work is moving along at the health department.
Beautiful. And also, maybe you want to mention the high school
The high school?
currently testing.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. The high school is currently testing. They started on Sunday, I believe. And I haven't been out there. The location changed, I think, from the high school over to the football field area. So that's off the Monterey Oaks Drive. And they are doing the cheek swab testing. And I understand that they can service 10 tests at a time. You do it yourself. So they direct you on how to perform the test, and that's done 10 persons at a time.
Any questions for Ms. Crumley?
Are we still seeing delays in results? Getting results back?
From the state, yes. The labs here have caught up to an extent. It just depends on the day, how many were tested. I can't say that we're getting everything back in 48 to 72 hours. It depends on the day and the load that has come in.
Okay. And then I know that Alex mentioned that numbers over 700, that was the first day. Do we have the numbers for yesterday?
603.
603 for Sunday.
We're having a robust showing of support at the stadium, and I've been there every day so far, and I will continue to go every day. It's a real reward, and I didn't want to take from your presentation, but we were the first ones getting the benefit of the Division of Emergency Management from the state, along with the Texas National Guard, to help us bring testing to our residents of Hays County. And from the first test site to what we're doing at the high school, it has just exponentially improved. There are no significant lines at the stadium. The assessment that Ms. Crumley conveyed is absolutely right. They're bringing them in by blocks, and they're allowed to safely go through the process, get swabbed, and move through. And the Division of Emergency Management is doing the operational piece. The Division of Emergency Management is managing the site, but the National Guard is doing the legwork, and the disconnect that the community may be feeling sometimes from us and the results are this little acronym, DSHS, the Department of State Health Services. They're the lab's machine that are actually processing the tests, and because they fell so far behind, because we are one of the states nationally that's a hotspot, and within that region, we are a hotspot within our state. So, of course, the state fell terribly behind, and at the end of our Kyle testing in the Performing Arts Center, they actually swapped because they saw the point where they had gotten so far behind that it was almost not useful to go take a test and wait for the results. And so at the end of the Performing Arts Center in Kyle, they switched to the cheek swab, and they've opened this one with only cheek swab. And it has been said that approximately 72 hours is the return time on this. The turnaround time is very important, of course, because of the quarantine and all that stuff. There are no silver bullets. There is no one test that does it all. There's no one test better than the other. Efficacy is always swayed by several factors. Not only did you eat before you showed up, we're encouraging folks to take 20 minutes before they eat or drink anything to go take this cheek swab test. There are many variables in this human element, and so our hope is to provide testing for a myriad of reasons, but there's no such thing as a silver bullet perfect test or a you're safe, you're negative, go roam around freely. because you could have interaction with the very next person leaving the parking lot that has COVID-19, and you've just sabotaged all your efforts. So it's always a good indicator, but it's not supposed to make you less restrictive personally with your responsibilities. And the hope is that you stay vigilant, you stay cautious, and you stay mindful of your surroundings, and not say, oh, I'm negative, let me go run through the park and do whatever else. And so, right?
I have one other question. So I know that it was important to us to have ample testing on the east side because that's where we saw the big numbers. And I know that the Performing Arts Center seemed to have done well. And you mentioned, Alex, about possibly doing something again in the Wimberley and Dripping Springs area. Are we seeing a lot of those numbers on the east side or the Performing Arts Center from folks coming in from Wimberley and Dripping Springs? And I guess I say that or ask that because I'm wondering if we now want to do those tests in those sites again, in those locations again, I'm wondering, will we now see some bigger numbers because it's advertised more or whatever the case may be? I guess I'm wanting to make it convenient for anybody in those areas to be tested if they need to be.
And I think with the new sites that we're talking about, there will be a site in Wimberley that is testing. People have come honestly from all over. Not even Hays County residents are coming to get tested from the National Guard sites. So it's hard to, I don't have a list of, the individuals in front of me, but if they want to get tested, they're coming. And Alex, do you have I don't know that Tatum is set to do any other additional sites within the county.
So far, that's all I've negotiated with them, and when this high school site is over, it's done. But I do want to remind folks that this is above and beyond what's on the ground. We have a lot of private practices that are very vibrant, and I see COVID-19 signs, yard sign type signs in front of Premier ER, for example. We hear that name a lot, very prominent location. And throughout the county, and if you'll remember, I actually drove to all the private sites, all these private practices. This is not the only way to get tested. This is just an additional way to get tested. And we did start this whole National Guard Texas Division of Emergency Management testing in Wimberley and Dripping Springs. So we're kind of like a flock of birds, I feel. We're following where the receptiveness is most strong and its highest use. And so, but just remember that there always have been, and there will continue to be test sites in Wimberley and in Dripping Springs as well, because I'm countywide, and our efforts are all countywide. We don't show a preference to any quadrant of the county, but it's important to realize that this state support is only one of the ways to get tested.
The test sites that we're working on are going to be mass testing on a smaller scale than the Tatum testing is offering. They will be free throughout the county, but a much smaller scale. We don't have we're working on it, but not the scale that Tatum is able to provide. And to Commissioner Smith's question about advertising the testing that's going to be available, I think we can probably work with the city of San Marcos to push out their Everbridge notification. That is a text message, an email, a phone call. I got 3 yesterday about the testing that was going on.
The county seat is doing a great job with it.
Yeah.
They really are.
So we can utilize that method to push out the notification for testing at our upcoming sites. And any other questions?
Any other questions for Ms. Crumley?
Thanks, Tim.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Tammy, I'm really, you mentioned earlier that you may be having some more help for Eric now, but I'm worried he can't, we're 4 months into this and he can't keep going those 100-hour weeks. And I don't no disrespect for anybody else working in this, but he's the most important part of this, of our team right now. Is there anything else we can do to kind of relieve some of the stress and some of his workload? I know you and I talked about Jennifer coming in and helping out when she's available, but is there anything else we can do as a court to help him?
We have 4 EPIs now at the health department, so that load should be more evenly distributed. There are lots of behind-the-scenes things that occur, and I think it should be evening out.
You may have to tell him to leave every once in a while.
Tried sometimes, but it
Where we
doesn't
had
always
one,
work.
now we have 4. Commissioner, great concern, and where we had 1, we now have 4, thanks in big part to the state as well.
Yeah, we've always had 2, but now we have 2 additional. So.
We've doubled our bandwidth, so she's doing a good job of getting support, absolutely. Commissioner Shell, any questions?
No, sir. Thank you.
Commissioner Smith, any questions?
I'm good, thank you.
Thank you. And thank you, Ms. Crumley. I would like to add one final piece. As the conversations are being had about opening schools, there are as varied a thought process to testing, why test, why not test, masks, why have them, why not have them. There's also opening schools. You hear at a national level, we're told open or I'll defund, I think is the general idea. Well, at the state, there's a big concern about if we don't open, Texas Education Agency is apparently on that same page of risk. The ISDs are jeopardizing the potential of losing education agency funds. So I am working with, and I'm very grateful for, and I want to shout out now to Senator Zaffirini. She has been very available to me throughout this whole process. And anything I need, I call her and she answers right away. She has been nothing but magnificent. And she is actually helping me maneuver through my office being the best support mechanism for the 4 independent school districts that we have here in Hays County, because we also have a serious concern that some independent school districts are interested in doing virtual learning or online learning only, and some other school districts are entertaining the conversation about doing a combination of in-person and virtual. So we're communicating with all the independent school districts. I'm staying up past 1 in the morning talking to school board members and the president, for example, just yesterday of the Teachers Association. I'm making sure that we are here to support them in our effort to control this pandemic in an intelligent manner. And a lot of folks are uncomfortable with opening schools up. As you know, a lot of daycares, you may have heard, have huge numbers of COVID positives. And it's important that, although those numbers you're hearing are statewide, it's just important that we make sure that the daycares here in our community are following the best practices, and that our schools, they're no different, that they're following the best practices. And we want to make sure that we are here to support them in every way possible. And yet, I have a meeting with Dr. Anderson tomorrow morning to triangulate and finalize a unified roadmap to help the 4 independent school districts move in a manner that is most useful for what we are dealing with at this time. Any questions?
Judge, what specifically do you mean by a unified roadmap?
What I want to do is, there is a conversation being had. There's a possibility that with proper conversations had at the state level with the governor's office, that we could carve out some flexibility in Hays County for the independent school districts not to lose funding, but yet to manage their independent school districts intelligently. And what I want to do is strike the balance between public health and allowing people to be most productive in their capacities. And so we are working the details out to understand what an order would look like, what a proclamation would look like, or what is necessary so that we can be most helpful to each ISD in getting their goals accomplished.
Okay, and this would fall under the order put out last week by TEA, allowing schools to go ahead and make those decisions. The reason I ask is at least two of the school districts that I know of in our county have already put out to the population what their plans for the fall are, and they've already asked for input from parents and those impacted on which option they would like to move forward with. I just want to avoid any confusion if those messages or that messaging has already been put forth in the county.
That's right. The messaging that the ISDs are putting forth is polling their parents, their families. And for example, SMC ISD on Monday will be unveiling their goals. So these are all things that are happening in unison. It's not one thing at a time. They are asking what their community wants and in turn sharing that with their school board, and the school boards are communicating with me, and I'm communicating with Senator Zaffarini and our governor so that we could all serve our community in the best manner possible. So it's not a conflicting message. I'm sharing information of a work in progress and an effort to further support the leadership of the independent school districts and all the teachers and the students that are affected by those decisions they make.
Yeah, I would just, the only thing, a comment I would make is that we do have school boards that aren't polling their members or their citizens. They've already put out direction as to what they're going to do in the fall. And I would hope that you're working with the other senator that represents our county as well to ensure that you're not just one portion of the county is being adhered to or listened to on the issue. Because I do know that there has been direction, at least from 2 school boards, as to what they're doing, not just a polling situation.
Right. So that's the reason we're communicating with all 4 is to make sure that things we do are useful, not just for one ISD, but for all 4, and to be most useful, to provide the level of flexibility and understanding from my office to support their efforts. Thank you, sir. And if there are no other comments, I will ask that you please open agenda item number 2.
Number 2, presentation by Sheriff Gary Cutler regarding the Sheriff's mobile app, thesheriffapp.com.
All right.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Judge. I appreciate the time. If you remember back on February 19th of this year, we brought forth a proposal and funding specifically for a new informational app for the Sheriff's Department. We were pretty excited about the time because, as the Sheriff noted in his presentation, that this was actually a very innovative product that only a handful of counties in the state were even considering at the time. And I think that at that point, I'll have to go back and look at the minutes, but I believe there were only 1 to 3 counties in the state that had this ability in this app. I'm really excited that the Sheriff's Department is with us today to share the final product. I've been one of the ones kind of beta testing this over the last week and going to the App Store. I went to the App Store and downloaded it, and it's been full of useful information and just the options for our citizens to gain information on a daily basis relative to if their family members are in our judicial system or if they're trying to interact and find out the most up-to-date information about incidences in their neighborhood or in their community. I'm really excited for this resource for our citizens. And with that, I'll turn it over to our representative from the Sheriff's Department who's going to present today.
Thank you, Commissioner. Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. And not to repeat what he just said, we're excited about this app. I learned about it about a year ago, and then what it's capable of doing, how our citizens would benefit, not only in Hays County, but probably surrounding counties that do business here, because this app offers a whole lot. I asked Captain Burns to take and look at it, and he spent the last year, and I commend him for that, working with it. This app, when everything was done, cost just under $18,000. But I want to let the taxpayers know no tax dollars will end up being used at all. I asked that discretionary drug money. That's how we launched it. We're launching it today. And it takes about 45 seconds. I'll load it into Commissioner. What it takes is 45 seconds Sunday or Saturday to load it in. And you can, amazing what it's going to offer. If you don't like it, you just click it and delete it out. It's totally free. Doesn't cost anybody anything. It has a whole lot to offer. And I'm going to let Captain Burns just go over the details of what it does and don't. And I think we're going to play a video. We're not going to be able to see the video. Is that correct?
Yeah, so I have it on this laptop. I could make a big screen and I could show kind of you this
Sure. It's just a minute and 20 seconds long, if you don't mind doing that.
You bet, yes, sir.
And we are going to launch this today. We're going to do a campaign to all the citizens of Hays County. It's going to be in Spanish and in English. And we encourage all y'all to join us on this because it's going to offer so much to the citizens of this county. Once again, if you don't like it, hit your delete button and delete it out of there. But it's
really easy to use. I really like it. Y'all did a good job with it.
Thank you. So you want to play that, sir, and Captain?
You guys can let me know if this is a little bit too much. Or move around if you need to. Can everyone see this?
And just out of curiosity, while you're holding the laptop, why couldn't we load this to our laptop?
So our laptop currently doesn't have the software. Our current laptop doesn't have the software to open it, but it does have the software on this one. Normally, the file to open it is on there. It looks like since we have different logins have different stuff that's downloaded to each login. This particular one did have it open before.
Okay, thank you.
The Hays County Sheriff's Office is excited to announce the release of our newest smartphone app. The app is designed to keep residents and families within Hays County safe by providing the latest updates and information from the Sheriff's Office. Powered by the SheriffApp.com, the app greets users with a streamlined main menu, allowing for seamless navigation of the app's many features. Features include COVID-19 alerts, the list of the most wanted criminals in the area, and a comprehensive inmate search. The app also provides users with the ability to submit a tip about any crime happening around them, as well as alerts and updates on emergencies or events that may impact their area. Search Hays County Sheriff's Office in the Google Play or Apple App Store to download this free app today.
Nice. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
And I know Commissioner Smith's here. We're the 7th county out of 254 now to have the app, so we're excited to bring this to Hays County. So, Captain?
David Burns with the Sheriff's Office. Just like the Sheriff said, we're extremely excited to bring this one more medium that we can reach out and speak with the public about. I'm sure it's no surprise to any of us that the mass majority of American citizens have cell phones, smartphones. And 94% of those in the ages between 18 and 49 have a smartphone. Most of us check our phones within 15 minutes of whenever we wake up in the morning. We spend an average of 3.5 hours a day on this phone. We look at our phone on average 150 times a day. So this is a lot of things happen out there that we can't wait around till 10 o'clock at night to see happening on the evening news. So there is a lot. It's very interactive. The sheriff, as the sheriff spoke about, we have 3 different sections right now that have been translated over into Spanish. We are looking at translating more of them as we go. We still have a few little things, especially on the inmate search, things outside of our control or the app's control, things that through the jail and through the inmate search, bond amounts aren't coming up correctly, but this is all something, an interface that has to do with where these things come from through the jail and through that system anyway. So it's brand new. We're still tweaking little bitty things here and there. We can submit a tip, the sheriff's welcome, and you can also give feedback to the sheriff's office about interaction with officers. It will go immediately into our OPR or into the command staff level is where this information will go. I think the biggest thing probably is the push notifications or the alerts. We sat here today and I've sat and listened this morning about people saying, oh my God, if there's this type of an emergency, how would I know? How would I be able, how am I going to be notified? With this app, these type of situations can immediately be pushed out. And it gives you an audible notification on your phone, usually with a little vibration at the same time. You'd be able to look at it. We can do everything from if we have high water issues, if we have wrecks that are closing down roadways, if we have fires. We all know how fast they can spread and in what directions they're going. Reverse 911 is great, but this is just one more thing that can also augment and get that information out to everybody that has this app on their phone.
Wonderful. Captain, you did a good job working on this for a year. What are the other counties' response overall to this app?
As far as the other counties in the state of Texas?
Just what have they said? Have you heard of feedback?
Oh, yes, yes,
Good, bad,
definitely. So
different?
we talked with those in Montgomery County and Collin County, both of those counties, and a little bit with Williamson County as well. Williamson County is newer on it. Some of these agencies have been on it for over a year now, and they've had great response in Submit a Tip. Once again, in the Submit a Tip, this is totally anonymous. No, you can leave your name, obviously, if you want to leave your name, but it's not required for you to leave your name. So they've had a lot there. It's also cut down on, during this time of, during the pandemic, of people having to go and put money on accounts and things like that at the jail. They can go immediately to the app. It will link them through the systems that we use, and you can do it right there from your own home.
Oh, that's wonderful. And you also brought up COVID-19 updates. Are you referring to COVID-19 in the jail?
We're referring to updates, anything that we're mainly getting from the county itself.
So general population
Kim
updates?
stuff, yes. That she sends out every day, that goes on there. And one of the great things as well is we can push these things through the app, not only giving push notifications that go immediately onto your phone if there's an emergency that people need to be immediately aware of, but we can also push all of this information out onto all of 3 of our social media sites, the Twitter account, the Facebook account, and the Nextdoor account. Actually, we're still working on the Nextdoor account, but the Facebook and the Twitter account, all this information pushes out onto them immediately along with onto the app.
And will you do me a favor, because I get a lot of my minutes cycling through my same 24 hours you have, asking about jail COVID. Would you mind doing me personally a huge favor and adding, when you add the COVID numbers, to have a line that says of COVID in the jail? I think that would be very beneficial.
Sure, I don't believe that to be a problem. I'll check with my boss and make sure he's all right with it, but yeah, as long as he is, I don't see having a problem. So one other thing, I know the sheriff said this was me that did this, and I mean, some of you guys have known me for a while, this isn't me, right?
It's always a team.
It's a great team.
Yes, sir.
It's been a team effort, and a lot of people at the sheriff's office have worked really hard to make this happen.
I don't doubt that at all. Now, when you also talked about the scrolling of the inmate population, inmate search is what you called it, does that show pictures of the inmates?
So at this time, it does not. That's one of those things that are being worked out through the, I think it's the APRIS system, which it's available online anyway if you go to the APRIS website. All of the stuff, nothing is being shown on the app that isn't public information.
I just want you to know where I'm coming from with that. I actually like that you're not showing pictures of the inmates, because as we've heard, there are some sitting in jail not yet found guilty, yet they have a public mugshot. I've had this conversation with the sheriff. It's nothing new to him.
Sure.
I believe that mugshots shouldn't be released until the person has actually been found guilty. Personally, that's my perspective. So that you don't have them currently on your app is good for me to hear.
Awesome.
Commissioners?
I think it's good. I like the part about the staff directory, because it makes it really easy for citizens to go whatever, but we get a lot of calls when they want patrol in their neighborhood. They say people are speeding, they go to and call the patrol division or whatever division in there. So I think it would save your receptions and makes it a lot more efficient.
Yes, sir.
And I just wanted to add, Judge, so I'm usually not on my phone in court, but I just downloaded it, fairly easy. The only thing is that I had to scroll quite a while before I got to Hays County. Is there a simpler way to do it, or is that how you do it? You go to the app. I went to the sheriffsapp.com, but then I had to scroll.
So that's a great question. So if you go onto either your Google Play or onto the App Store, and you just type in Hays County Sheriff's Office.
Okay.
And it'll be the first or second app that actually pops up, and you can load it up right away from there.
Okay.
And the patch is what you'll see for the look on the app.
I saw it. I mean, I've got it, yeah. I've got it. I just had to scroll down quite a bit to find, because I guess
From their
other-
website.
Other counties, yeah, have
Yes,
now
yes, ma'am.
implemented it, yeah.
At
So-
least we're not Zays County, we're
Yeah,
not
that's
last.
right. Exactly.
But great job. Thank you all so much. I think it's going to be very beneficial to those wanting information.
Yes, I agree. And with what Commissioner Jones spoke about, we still have telephone numbers that go to unmanned substations, and a lot of people in the county will get mad at us and say, I called, nobody's answering the phones because you're calling an unmanned substation. And unless there is a person sitting there doing a report at the time that telephone rings, that can be problematic. And then that also, I mean, as customer service related, if I'm wanting to get a hold of the sheriff's office, but yet I can't get a hold of them, that's a problem. Through this app, there will be none of that. It lists the 911, the emergency numbers, and the non-emergency numbers to the sheriff's office are the first thing under the staff directory.
Great.
And also part of the app has our close patrol.
Yes.
Program we have, it's had for years here. They can just fill it in right there. And so, that and, sex offenders. You wanna look, see if there's a sex offender? I was loading somebody's last night. They immediately went to that app to see if there's in their neighborhood. And, it's all on the app up to date.
And that does have pictures, but they are convicted.
Yes, yes.
Thank you.
Hey, you're convicted, get
Yep.
full exposure, I'm all about it.
Yes.
Commissioner Shell?
I just want to thank the Sheriff's Office. Good job.
Thank you, sir.
And we could loop back around to Commissioner Smith. Did you want to add anything else to your comments? I'll take that as a no. Captain Burns and Sheriff, thank you very much for your work. We really appreciate this, and I'm looking forward to downloading the app and understanding more about it. It sounds very interesting.
Awesome. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. And at this point, let's take a short recess, and then we're going to continue. 5 minutes.
Were we going to have a jail update?
Sorry?
Were we having an update? I
Oh,
thought Jeannie
yeah,
was supposed
that's
to
right.
come in.
Sheriff, I'm just being asked about a COVID update in the jail. Do you mind just spitting us one in 5 minutes? I'm sorry, we just cut into a recess. I'm sorry. I didn't realize.
Judge, you're still live on here. I can
Oh,
still
we're
hear you.
live. Can we just knock it out real quick? Sorry. Commissioner Inglesby brought up a very good point. I hope the audience will excuse us. Give me 1 second to tap us back in. There we are. So we are going to get a COVID-19 update from the county jail, and we have Chief Davenport to give us the report on the COVID-19.
What else do you want to know?
Yes, Commissioner.
Are you seeing, are more of our inmates wearing masks now, or are they still refusing to wear the mask?
99% of them refuse to wear it. So, also, the large majority of inmates are asymptomatic. They're not exhibiting any symptoms. If they do exhibit anything, it's a low-grade fever that lasts for less than 24 hours.
Let me ask you this, Chief. Are we utilizing the machines that we have access to as a county that I know has disinfected this courtroom? Are we using those machines in the jail?
Yes.
Good. How often?
I think, don't quote me on this, but I believe it's weekly.
Weekly.
Once a week.
And I'm not being critical. That's not my intent. But our numbers in the jail of COVID-19 have more or less almost doubled. And my question is a total head count. My question is, I know we've expanded our contract to allow for more of this type of sanitation, virus-killing technology to step into our government buildings. And I would encourage you, I would ask that you guys please consider maybe doing it 3 times a week under this, at the rate this is moving on the scale right now. I would just encourage you guys to get with our countywide operations, Tammy Crumley, and invite her in more frequently so that we could do everything we can on that front. Commissioner Inglesby?
I think I'm good. You know, I am, I guess we realized that, that the numbers were going to go up, and so I just appreciate all the efforts. You know, Julie sent us a report of what she talked about last week, and I know that they are doing 2 deep cleanings twice a day. It's not the sanitizing, which I know that is needed, but I appreciate the work that's been done and your continued efforts. And Mark, I don't know if I can ask the question during this time. It doesn't really have to do with COVID. It has more to do with a phone call. So could I ask the question, or should I wait for another time to ask?
Why don't you ask it? Let's see what it is, and I can stop it. I'm the chair. Go for it.
Is that okay, Mark? Or,
I'm not sure what the
Yeah,
question's
neither am
about,
I.
Commissioner, I'm
Ask
sorry.
the question,
Well-
Commissioner. Let's see.
And I apologize, because usually I try to get with the sheriff's office prior to just bringing something up, but since I received some late calls, I thought I'd ask the question. I know that, and I appreciate that we're providing the phone calls to our inmates. I think we provide them too, right? And we're continuing those negotiations. I know that we're supportive of that. But I also am aware that at times when an inmate gets released, they may not have the ability to have access to a phone, and would need to make a phone call to have somebody come pick them up. Is there a possibility that we can talk about that and maybe implement something? I don't know what the logistics is, you know, to allow that to happen.
Yeah, we do allow that to happen.
We
And
do.
the phone call is free. So before they're released in, in our booking area, there's a phone, the same phone they used when they're first arrested, that can be used when they're about to be released.
Okay, well, that's good to know, because I was told that they weren't given the opportunity to call. And so I think we might have read an article in the paper where someone, they said, was refused to make a phone call, and then they had some mental issues, and there was a concern. So I appreciate the update and correction, so they are allowed to make
Yes.
a phone call once they're released.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Commissioner Jones?
Sorry.
No, it's fine, because it is a population, and it is a COVID. Unfortunately, they're very connected, and so it's moving that. Commissioner Shell?
Yeah. Who all are we testing as far as inmates go? Are we?
Well, so we can't force an inmate to be tested. So it's strictly optional on their part. If they start exhibiting symptoms, we highly encourage to test. We've highly encouraged every inmate to take the test.
What about when someone is first brought in? Are they tested? Let's assume they're brought in an afternoon and they're magistrated the next morning. Are they tested in that?
If they will agree to it, yes.
So when do we offer the testing?
So we offer it during their intake process, while they're in holding. And if they bond out, they bond out. If they don't, then we'll continue to offer it as they're in general population.
So how long does it normally take if someone is brought in, let's say they're brought in at noon and they're booked, and you offer them, you say that we'd like for you to get a test, and they say they would, how long does that normally take before we administer the test?
As soon as our medical staff can do it.
Can you give us a number on that? That's a great question. Like, as soon as, I'm not trying to be critical, Chief, but as soon as they can do it, it's no clue to us. Half hour, 3 hours, 10 minutes?
It varies. It depends on our medical staff, what they're doing at the time. It'll be done before they see the judge.
Can you still put a time? If it's vague, give us something to identify.
A few hours.
Okay, within a few hours.
And then if so they would not have bonded out then if they hadn't seen a judge yet, they wouldn't have anything. So they're given an opportunity to get tested regardless of what is going on, whether they're going to bond out or.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Shell. I'd like to go a little further on that question. So within a few hours, they're going to have medical professionals in the jail conduct a test. First question, what kind of test will they be getting? Nasal swab, cheek swab?
Nasal swab.
Okay, and then how quick do you, as the jail, determine if they come back positive or negative?
That's up to the lab.
Again, same way of the previous format, please give me a time slot.
What if Julie just sent me a message, she didn't have a deal. They're testing if they're not gonna bond out. They may bond out pretty quick. Depends. That's up to WellPath, our medical provider.
Sheriff, can you answer that question? I'm not trying to be critical, but I'd like to get the answer
Go
that
ahead.
we got on how long it takes to get intake. It takes a few hours to get someone there. Okay, we have that answer now. Thank you very much, Chief. The next question was, tell us how long it takes to get that test back to know if an inmate is actually COVID positive.
3 to 5 days, maybe
3 to
longer.
5 days.
First responders will get a quicker response, and I think, Mike, you probably know the answer to that. We're going through who we send them to. It's taking, 3 to 5 days to get tested. Yeah.
First responder.
Sorry, guys, one at a time, please.
Mike Johns, Emergency Preparedness Coordinator. If it's a first responder or jail, then we are fast tracking them in there in order to get that 24 to 36 hour turnaround. If it's gone longer than that, it's only because of the backup we had with the CPL laboratories. But because of the immediacy, we want the results on from the jail or first responder. First responder obviously is going to go ahead of the line, but we've been working just recently on a 24 to 36 hour turnaround.
So someone on intake, a few hours, I'm going to walk through the whole process as I hear it so that the audience can understand what you've all shared with us. Someone gets arrested, Commissioner Shell said noon, that's a great start time. Someone gets arrested, intake at noon, say by 3 p.m. approximately, they're getting tested by the medical professionals. And then 24 to 36 hours, the jail gets the results of that COVID test, either positive or negative, based on, the timing and the load of the lab. And then the additional question now is, thank you, Mr. Jones. The additional question is, where are they until they get the results? Are you keeping them isolated?
Yeah, when we bring them in, when they come in, they're in a bonding area, or holding area at first, and then where they go through the medical screen and all the processing. And then we try to put them, because of our small facility there, to put them in an isolated area or a quarantine type area for a while. But in some of these, it's the entire process. Some of these are gonna bond out. Depends on the nature of their crime. We know they're gonna bond out, so some of them are not gonna bond out. We know what that is. So that's, all those factors are included on how we do that.
Okay, and now my last question. On the 20 that have been tested COVID positive outside of Hays County, can you forecast for me? Am I going to get a call from the county judge saying, come get your COVID positive inmates?
No, I work closely with the sheriffs. I don't foresee you getting any call from any judges. That would be the sheriffs coordinate with each other. And they got quarantine areas too, but some of these, remember, facilities we're using, a lot of them are larger facilities. They got areas to put these in, and some of them are getting tested over in their facilities too.
But you would think that if they're positive, that they would have to stay there in quarantine for those 14 days or whatever. I'm not sure.
I know, Commissioner, here's the other side of that coin. They're positive, get them out of here. I don't want to contaminate the jail.
Sure, I
The
agree.
problem you run into, Commissioners, these people aren't showing any symptoms, like any of us in this room right here.
That's right.
No symptoms, so.
That's right.
And Judge, Sheriff, I'm sorry. So do we still have ample tests for anyone who wants to be tested?
I think so.
We do.
We do, yes.
Thank you.
Have we had to hospitalize any of our inmates yet?
No one
They've all had the
close
mild
to that,
case.
that kind of.
Okay.
And we do work with our courts if someone's had a severe case, but it depends on the nature of their offense. And like I think Captain Villapando reported last week, 30 people in that jail for homicide. So some of these people are gonna be there. You talk about conviction, they're there pending trial, and of course, a lot of career criminals in there too. They've been convicted of other offenses, maybe not the one they're on today, but, we've got a lot of sex offenders in there too.
And I know that as an extension of the state, I hear a lot of the trouble of inmates that have been sentenced, and we're waiting for the state to pick them up, and the state is not picking them up in a timely manner, is an additional contribution to our overpopulation that often gets overlooked.
Right, I know at least 20 within a week or two ago. I don't think any of those have been turned over to the state yet, but 20 that were paper ready to go.
20 of them are ready to be turned over to the
Paper ready
state.
to go to the state, and so they're, of course, it's their mercy when they want to get them, when they
That's
want to
right.
take them, so.
And what I want to do is I want to support our county and all of our county employees, whatever title they hold, to take folks out of our jail in as timely a manner as possible, however that looks, even if it's turning them over to the state, because they're going to state prison. And so that you have an easier job of managing COVID, because judging by the numbers we're getting, this thing is not slowing down, it's actually ramping up.
Well, we are showing, yeah, you're right, it is increased, but at least we're showing some coming back negative now.
Yes, sir.
And so, you know, still in quarantine there, so. But, yeah, it's on the state. State's gonna have to take them, but we can't make the state take them.
Okay, I'm gonna push on, I have, who knows how strong or who knows how weak they are, but you have not, for you ask not. So I have some state channels I can reach into and inquire. As it was said earlier, I have the beginner's mind, and I have the eternal optimist and people are intrinsically good lens that I look through all my life. And so I'm gonna say, hey guys, we're having a lot of COVID-19 in our jail. Can you please pick up your 20? And let me see where that goes, and I will communicate back with you and the chief to see how I could be of service on that front.
Good. We'd love to move them on.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, and I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank y'all.
Thank you.
Just, while you're still here, Sheriff, I think also is it looking at alternatives to testing? Because there are some alternatives here to gain compliance. I know they're having issues with compliance that are not as invasive to testing. Although we would have to look at that, it's something that we can offer that the state is changing over to as far as testing. So therefore you can, yes, sir. That might be an option. We'll have to look at how the logistics piece comes into play, but it may be an opportunity for you, Sheriff. Yes, sir. Thank you, thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for that, and thank you for your report. And if you will continue to help us in this court bi-weekly, having Captain Villalpando or whoever is appropriate to give us that COVID report, I don't want to go past it, and I really appreciate it. Thank you, guys. Thank you very much. Now we're going to take a 5-minute recess. Thank you for the reminder, Commissioner.
Oh, yeah. Oh, thank goodness. Yeah.
I sent that to you last night. His wife's got medical this week, maybe next week, so you probably will get medical in Dallas.
Oh, good.
She was, Jennifer.
Go down and see how it looks.
Crazy times.
Whenever you use the desktop, it's yeah, well, it's on this laptop in particular. First one, so you have some.
you please. Open agenda item number 11, and the reason we are moving through the agenda in no specific order is because we are picking agenda items where the public is present so that we can quickly reduce the population inside our courthouse. So we have one person here for agenda item number 11. Please open agenda item number 11.
11, authorize the replacement of one failed 3-ton HVAC system located at the Hays County Precinct 5 building and amend the budget accordingly.
And we have one person signed up to speak, Mr. Dan Lyon. You'll have 3 minutes. Please approach the podium.
Thank you, Judge Becerra and commissioners present and virtual Commissioner Smith. Let me just say that I had limited time on the computer since the library is closed down, been closed down for 4 months now. I don't have everyday access to a computer, so I might have missed a couple of things on this, but from what I can gather, it says this is SI Mechanical LLC. We've got 16 hours for the techs, $95 an hour, which it's in the ballpark, so I'm not going to question that. 16 hours for helpers, $65 an hour. I don't know exactly how much helpers go for, and I don't know what certification they have to have, so I'm not really that upset about that. My question is, what are we going to have them do for 16 hours? Because as far as I know, you can remove and replace hold on here, I got it written down. The compressor and condenser you can remove and replace. It's one single unit. You can do that in about an hour. You can vacuum it down. You can charge it probably in an hour. And I don't understand what these other hours are for, although, like I say, I didn't get a chance to read all that stuff, so I might have missed a bunch of stuff. Also, what particularly got me too was they said they had I got to hand it to them, they're open and honest about this, said they've got a 25% markup. And so the item in question, the cost of it is $2,697. With that 25% markup, you got $3,371.25, and that comes out to a difference of $672.25. Maybe I missed something here, but I don't see why they have to mark it up at all. They're already getting $2,560 labor, and that's going to bring that total to $5,931.25. Also, I'd like to know what will be done with the old core, because those things are worth some money as far as scrap goes, and I really think that money should go back to the county. As far as I know, there's no mention of it in the backup, and let's see what else I got. I guess that's pretty much it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate your diligence and your commitment to this court and our agenda items. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second. We have a motion and a second. Comments?
I actually had that question about the markup. Mark, I guess, is that customary that we have markups like that in our contracts?
I think it's just a general question though, right? Is the percentage, Vicki, typically 25% ballpark markup on things like this? And I asked that it be broken up, and is it being broken up into two parts? Oh, good, wonderful. That's a wonderful question, Commissioner Inglesby. So it's the general industry standard, as our auditor's office has said.
and, I mean, the last time I had a new AC put in my house, it's that way in almost all trades, they mark up their labor and they mark up materials. So they go buy the unit at a distributor. They mark that up. That's how contractors make money. That's their profit.
The bread and butter.
So they write a check to the distributor for the cost of the materials, or at least, you know, that's what, they have agreements for pricing. And then they mark up their labor, what they pay their employees.
Go pick it up
and to install it, and then they mark up.
I think I heard Commissioner Smith. Give me a minute. Let me make sure Commissioner Inglesby gets all her questions in.
Yeah, well, and I appreciate the discussion. I just, I don't recall seeing that, so it just stood out to me, so I mean, I
That's a great
understand
point.
it.
You bet. And Commissioner Smith, did you have a comment?
Yes, I just wanted to comment again. If you remember, I guess it's been maybe 3 weeks ago, we actually opened up or are moving forward with the new procurement and bid process for our AC stuff. And so we're under an open process right now. So if there are changes or adjustments that can be made, hopefully we will see those in the bids that we have coming in.
Yes, I had a question. I know that when we talked about replacing another AC earlier, and I get the concern and I get the scrutiny. It's fair and it's valid. Because I had my own question. I know that we talked about a perfectly good unit being pulled out before, and I asked us to save it because it was only a short matter of time before we needed it to be replaced somewhere else. And so my question is, where is that unit, and can we, to remind folks, can we use it here, since it was a good unit? A 1010, okay. And we still have it, right? I hope so. That was the hope. Okay. And then the other concern about the hours is I get it, you know, people need to make a living, and I support small business, and I support that we support our taxpayer dollars to stay within the county at every turn and as much as possible. That is truly my highest hope and biggest heartfelt intention for the things that we do with taxpayer dollars is first to give them to local, always, on every front. And I think Ms. Crumley can testify that whenever I am in the conversation about feeding our National Guard, I always ask her to please try to find someone local, give them the business. Nothing against national chains at all, but I do everything I can in my head to support our local economy. And so I know that these guys are local, but I do also see that 16 hours is maybe a potential opportunity. But we'll see. They might adjust it. I don't know.
It's estimated 8 hours for one day for removal and 1 day for installation. Always goes wrong, and
Sure. Hope you don't see that, right? But we are vigilant with these fees and these dollar amounts, and we all know the ache of replacing an air conditioner. And I appreciate Commissioner Inglesby for bringing up these concerns, and Commissioner Schell for talking about the inevitability of the way things are. But we must continue to remain vigilant and good fiscal stewards. So for that conversation, I thank you. Please call the vote.
Commissioner Inglesby?
Yes.
Commissioner Jones?
Yes.
Commissioner Schell?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
And Judge Becerra?
Yes. Let's go to item number 28, please.
28, discussion and possible action regarding the Emergency Cash Assistance Program, also known as Project Recoil, including but not limited to the appointment of award committee members, funding of the program, and the consideration of program guidelines.
Commissioner Schell? So moved. Can we get a motion? Thank you. Second? Okay, we have a motion and a second. Mr. Kennedy?
Morning, Court. The item I have before you is, as you know, we've constituted the award committee, and per your request, GSMP reached out to the last two, Workforce Solutions and the Small Business Center, and got the names for that. So the board is constituted, I believe I should say awards committee is constituted, and I believe that we're going to have a preliminary meeting with them this week just to talk about what the guidelines are, kind of let them know what the program's about, inform them of that. What I have before you, what I sent you all yesterday, is an MOU, a memorandum of understanding with a group called People Fund. And this was the one request of GSMP whenever they got involved in this, was that they did not want to try to handle some of the more confidential matters related to this grant program, including financial matters and whatnot. So the ECAP actually contemplates that. It names an administrator, and it states that the administrator shall make no more than 3% of all grant funds distributed. What I did was late last week and over the weekend, I talked to the CEO of People Fund, worked with him to negotiate this MOU, and it includes service fees at a rate that is $125 per grant dispersed, and then it contemplates that they would have a report in the end that they would need to do some research for. This group, People Fund, by the way, is really just about paying for its time that it is spending on this and no more. Their objective is to be education providers for small businesses, so they also roll into this $125 fee a consult with any grant recipient regarding disaster response, how to kind of integrate back into being open and things like that. They did say that they would charge less than the $125 per grant if we did not want that. They offered that we could remove that from the program, but you'll see that reflected in the MOU in Section 3. It's a part that kind of is set out where they'll give business one of the two options below. One is disaster response planning, or a 1-hour one-on-one technical assistance meeting. And by the way, I think that first category referenced that the workshop would be in June or July, and we've changed that to August, just so you know, because it's taken a little while for this to get off and running. There are a few changes that I made since I sent it to you. One is that I've moved that section to August. I also referenced under service fees in Section 5 that there would be a 3% cap on the fees paid per the ECAP. But if the court requested a follow-up report, maybe at 6 months or a year, which the court has the option to do, that would not apply to the 3% cap. That's an additional report they would have, and that would be if you want them to go back and give you some assessment of how the businesses that received the grant are now doing a year later or 6 months later. Then that would be an additional report that you could request, that we could request be done. If that's something that is done, then that would be $20 per grant distributed for that report. And then the last change that we made since I sent it to you is under Section 7, instead of upon execution, CDFI shall immediately start, they wanted 3 business days to get going, and I told them I think that's perfectly reasonable. So those are the only changes that we made. Happy to answer questions about this. The other thing I'll represent for the auditor's benefit is that we did satisfy the 3 quotes requirement on it. GSMP got 1 quote that was much higher than this and actually would not have complied with the ECAP, and then they got 1 refusal. And I've asked them to commit that to writing and provide to me so that I can provide to you for your records.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. And I appreciate the loop, closing of the loop for $20 per recipient to know if what we did or how much what we did was helpful, useful, productive, because unfortunately I don't see this type of help as isolated, and I think it'll be useful for us to have some closing of the information to tell us how we did with our sincerest efforts to help small business. I think that's a great contribution. Commissioner Shell?
Thank you, Judge. I appreciate the work Mr. Kennedy did on finding, help with the partnership on finding this organization. It's a not-for-profit lender based out of Austin. They have a lot of experience working on community-type programs, so I think it will be they'll be very well suited to help our local businesses. So I'm very happy the selection of this company to do this. They've got a great mission, and they are about helping their community. So I think they'll fit in very well with us. So thanks, Mr. Kennedy, on getting that negotiated.
Perfect. Before, I don't want to forget you, out of sight, out of mind. Commissioner Smith, comments?
Yeah, I just want to say thank you for this organization. It appears has really stepped up, number one, in a very cost-effective way to help us administer this program. But number two, I think, and more importantly, I think the counseling that they have offered to provide as a part and parcel of that is exceedingly needed with our small businesses who are going through this crisis, and even more so, I don't think that you would be hard pressed to find anyone with the expertise that we have here in order to share that with them.
Well said, and I agree with Commissioner Smith on conveying to the group, if the court sees this direction as a consensus, that we should encourage that disaster response or the 1-hour technical assistance to help make sure these folks are on the right path to their recovery efforts. I appreciate and agree.
I'll add on that point that I met with Gustavo La Sala, who's the CEO of People Fund, on Sunday, and he was glad to meet over the weekend. I appreciated that. He was also glad to move this counseling opportunity from a requirement that had to be satisfied in advance of receiving the grant to something that we converted it to scheduling the consult, and that would satisfy moving forward with a submittal to the award committee. And I think that was important because time's of the essence for these grants to be distributed, but I also didn't want scheduling to become an obstacle to the grant process. So he was happy to work with us on that.
That's beautiful.
Yeah, and I appreciate hearing that because that was one of the concerns that I had, because I know that these businesses are already struggling. And when I read that, I thought, oh my goodness, so now they're going to have to do this 1-hour training before they can even receive any funding. And so that did concern me. I know Mark and I spoke just briefly this morning, 10 minutes before court, and that was one of my concerns that I had, but it seems like we'll be able to work that out. But under number 3, Mark, also, it says CDFI will set up an online application for this program that may also be submitted on paper. I guess a concern that I have is that, where are they going to take this application? If they're located in Austin, how are they going to get it there? If it's by mail, then it's going to take that much longer. I'm just a little concerned on that. Can you expand on that a little bit?
You bet. Also, under Section 3, if you look at the 4th bullet point, there's an assumption that CDFI will work in tandem with GSMP to advertise, coordinate, and implement the ECAP. And I expect that, one of the things that Gustavo and I talked about on Sunday is, what's our expectation about implementation? How long do they have to develop an application and advertise? And I told him I really thought that we needed to have that done by August 1. We needed to, over the next 2 weeks, have an application put together, have it advertised. In that advertisement, I expect that GSMP would say that if people needed to provide a hard copy and weren't able, small business not able to provide an electronic copy for whatever reason, or they simply prefer providing a hard copy, that they would do so at the GSMP office. Or there would be some way to submit that here at the courthouse, one or the other. I think that all 3 entities, Hays County, GSMP, and People Fund, will sort that out.
Okay.
Yeah.
And, okay, so then the second bullet then will process grant applications during the month of July. So,
And thereafter, as needed,
right.
I wanted to keep our foot on the gas here, so I didn't want to make it sound like we wouldn't review or process applications if we start receiving them in July. Obviously, if the application is not ready by end of July, or, for some reason we have not met that deadline that we've set for ourselves, then they can continue to do it after. And there are other provisions in there that say they'll continue to process applications, obviously, until the grant funds are distributed completely. So, I'll remind the court, we have $500,000 that's been set aside here. We have $100,000 from City of Kyle, and there's a possibility, I suppose, that fund could get another injection from one or more sources. So
Okay.
we'll see how that goes.
And then on item number 6, the operations, the county and CDFI will publicize this agreement, and ECAP, in all their communication channels, letting businesses know. Of course, I voiced concern that, we needed to make sure that we not use just, our online, and I think we need to make some printed copies of something so that we can deliver to businesses and letting them know.
And I'd like to add, well pointed out, I'd like to add a thank you to Mr. Kennedy for saying we want to keep our foot on the gas, because I agree. And with the tea leaves talking about a governor's potential shutdown, I want to make extra sure that we're doing everything we can to help everyone we can in the most efficient and timely manner. So thank you for that comment, Mr. Kennedy.
Mark, have we decided if we're going to take the fees out of the 500,000, or how are we going to do that?
I think that's something that the court can, I believe if the court decided to take it out of something other than the 500,000, we would come back with a consent item, moving some monies around in the budget. My conversations with Gustavo indicated that, we were kind of doing some analysis on this. We think, obviously there's an $18,000 cap on People Funds fees, unless there's a second report requested, and that would be much later anyway. So the question, I suppose, is, knowing what we currently have in place, grant fund-wise, do we want to keep that maximized, and do we want to take, 18,000 out of something else and put it into a fund that could be used for that purpose?
Marcel, would you be comfortable taking that out of the reserves?
Out of the initial 500,000?
The 18, yeah.
Yeah, it's part of the program.
Yeah, I would,
That 500,000 will go real quick, and I just hate taking anything else out of it.
right. If the court's inclined, we could bring a consent item back, or an action item back next week to move some monies around.
And to include the closing summary report. I think we got to know how well we did.
I think it's a good idea.
Good.
Yeah, our estimate on that, we're thinking that there are going to be about 125 grants distributed under this program, more or less, with an average grant size of about 4,600, maybe a little more than 4,600. So
$20 a grant.
I think we ought to go ahead and just include
that
that.
would be about
I agree.
$2,500.
So we have four head nods saying we should include that recap of how well we did in the funding component.
So that'd be 20,500 that we would move.
Move out of the jail.
No good to throw efforts that's in a certain direction without knowing how well you did. Okay, well, thank you. I appreciate it. What else do we need to do on this agenda item, Commissioner?
I think we're good. Just approve that document.
It would be authorized execution of the MOU between Hays County and People Fund.
Beautiful.
So moved.
Second.
So if there are no other discussions, please call the roll.
Commissioner Jones?
Yes.
Commissioner Shell?
Yes.
Commissioner Inglesby?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
and Judge Becerra.
Yes. I will, since there's no one here for a public hearing, I will continue down the path that was suggested. Please open agenda item number 10.
Number 10, authorize on-site sewage facility permit for a small animal veterinary clinic located at 2640 West Route Road 150 in Driftwood, Texas.
So moved.
So moved.
We have two so moved.
Second.
And a second. Any comments? Please call the roll.
Commissioner Smith,
Yes.
Commissioner Shell,
Yes.
Commissioner Jones.
Yes.
Commissioner Inglesby.
Yes.
Judge Becerra.
Yes, please open number 12.
Number 12, approve specifications for IFB 2020-B09 road improvements, hot mix overlay, and authorize purchasing to solicit for bids and advertise.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Do we have any comments?
We just have staff approval on this one also.
Thank you. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Shell.
Yes.
Commissioner Jones.
Yes.
Commissioner Smith.
Yes.
Commissioner Inglesby.
Yes.
Judge Becerra.
Yes, please open 13.
13, approve specifications for IFB 2020-B16 road improvements, remove and replace hot mix, and authorize purchasing to solicit for bids and advertise.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other comments? Please call the roll.
Commissioner Jones.
Yes.
Commissioner Inglesby.
Yes.
Commissioner Shell.
Yes.
Commissioner Smith.
Yes.
And Judge Becerra.
Yes, please open 29.
29, discussion and possible action to approve the appointment of Clint Garza to the Board of Directors of the West Travis County Public Utility Agency.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Commissioner, reason for your recommendation.
As those of you on the court may know, the way that the West Travis County PUA is actually established, we are just ratifying the appointment made by the city of Bee Cave. This is their appointment, and each member organization of the West Travis County PUA would have to approve that appointment. If you look, for example, the two appointments that Hays County has are both myself and Scott Roberts. Those appointments had to be approved by the other members of the organization. And Mr. Garza is who the city of Bee Cave has chosen as their representative. Just by way of background, I know that everyone on the court knows, but in case you didn't judge, Mr. Garza is also the former chief of staff for Hays County. So we may end up getting a twofer on this one because I don't think anybody else they would have appointed would have understood the workings or the ramifications of the workings with the county like he would. So it may actually work out even better for us than it would any of the other members of the West Travis County PUA.
Thank you, Commissioner. I did have an opportunity to meet Mr. Garza, and I appreciated his enthusiasm and, most importantly, energy that, that encompasses that position. And hated to see Bee Caves take him, but that's okay. Okay. If
I'll
there are
just
no other,
note that MUD 5 has already approved, so we're the last ones.
okay. If there are no other comments, please call the roll.
Commissioner Shell,
Yes.
Commissioner Inglesby,
Yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Yes.
Commissioner Jones.
Yes.
Judge Becerra.
Yes, please open number 30.
Number 30, discussion and possible action to adopt a resolution related to scenic roadways within the Hays County, Texas.
Thank you so much. And
Commissioner, can we get a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, you're free to go.
Thank you. I really do appreciate y'all taking the time to have a look at this resolution and for the consideration today. Over the last several legislative sessions, we here in the county, along with the Historical Conservation Society from Driftwood, have worked with whomever our elected representative to the State House, be that Senator Campbell, be that Representative Zwiener or Representative Isaac in the past. Each of them has supported the establishment of scenic roadways here in Hays County. Overall, the Commissioners Court for each one of those legislative sessions has passed a resolution of support. What we found whenever we get to the state capitol is that because it is a state roadway and because it is such we are amending state law specific to scenic highways and scenic roadways, it really has been referred to a state affairs issue. In other words, it hasn't been a local and consent bill. And in the past, that's where the opposition to what our communicated county stance is. The effort on this resolution is after speaking to some of our elected representatives, if we can support a piece of legislation that we could be referred to the local and consent calendar, and specifically keep it in the local committee.
And we felt like we in the past, we've named the roadways that we wanted to designate. And the first time we made a mistake, included 71 on it, and the sign lobby fought us on that one. But it's been the sign lobby that's killed us the last two sessions to get this passed.
Yeah, hopefully the strategy is better. We'll see.
Very good.
Yeah. The other thing I would say is it also gives us the opportunity to, should this pass, really to take a hard look at where there's already been development of signage and those kind of things, and create some rules around a commission, or create a commission and create some rules around trying to preserve those scenic byways within Hays County that could really be I want to say just an example statewide on what could be done. Again, it's a novel concept, and we hope to move forward with it, and I'd appreciate your support.
Thank you. My two favorites are 12 and 150. Every time I go to Dripping, I have to decide double crossing, scenic 12.
We named those in our last one.
Yeah, good move. Okay, please call the roll.
Commissioner Jones?
Yes.
Commissioner Shell?
Yes.
Commissioner Inglesby?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
And Judge Becerra?
Yes. So we're going to go ahead and pop over to the agenda item number 36.
Number 36, discussion related to the Hays County inmate population to include current population counts and costs.
So each week, I have the privilege of receiving a report from the Sheriff's Office with our jail population, and it's always overcrowded. We are sitting at 362 inmates for capacity. Jail Standards recommends holding approximately 10% of that jail capacity open, which lowers our actual capacity to 311. The jail's daily average was 432 and peak was 442 on July 6th for the week of July 5th through July 11th, 2020. The estimated cost for outsourcing inmates this week is $64,762. The average number of outsourced males is 178 and females are 8. This week's inmates were housed in the following counties: Blanco, Burnett, Caldwell, Fort Bend, Guadalupe, and Walker. I've asked the Sheriff's Office to include arrests by agency, and so that is now part of my weekly report. Buda Police Department contributed 5. The Department of Public Safety contributed 7. The Hays County Sheriff's Office contributed 48. The disclaimer is that includes court-ordered commitments, individuals turning themselves in on warrants from other agencies, and warrant pickups from other counties. Kyle Police Department, 13. San Marcos Police Department, 19. And as we've heard earlier in a presentation, we are sitting currently at 85 COVID-19 positives in the custody of Hays County Jail, 20 of which are in neighboring counties. If you will please open agenda item number 3 through 9.
3, approve payments of county invoices. 4, approve the payment of United Healthcare claims. 5, approve Commissioners Court minutes of July 7th, 2020. 6, approve the payment of the July 15th, 2020 payroll disbursements in an amount not to exceed $2,995,000 effective July 15th, 2020, and post totals for wages, withholdings, deductions, and benefits on the Hays County website once finalized. 7, authorize the purchase of 3 electrostatic 360 hand sprayers that will be used by the Building Maintenance Department to sanitize Hays County buildings utilizing the coronavirus relief funding and amend the budget accordingly. 8, authorize building maintenance to purchase and install both glass and plexiglass sneeze guards in 8 different offices throughout the county utilizing coronavirus relief funding and amend the budget accordingly. 9, authorize on-site sewage facility permit for a convenience store located at 2300 Windy Hill Road, Kyle, Texas.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any comments? Please call the roll.
Commissioner Inglesby,
Yes.
Commissioner Jones,
Yes.
Commissioner Shell,
Yes.
Commissioner Smith,
May have chimed off.
okay, and Judge Becerra.
Yes. Open 14 through 17.
14, accept the fiscal year 2019 Hays County Emergency Services District Number 3 audit report per Texas Health and Safety Code 775.082. 15, approve utility permits. 16, authorize the submission of a grant application to the Burdine Johnson Foundation for the old Hays County Jail restoration. 17, authorize the submission of a grant application to the Summerlee Foundation for the old Hays County Jail restoration.
Second.
Are there any comments? Please call the roll.
Commissioner Shell,
Yes.
Commissioner Jones,
Yes.
Commissioner Inglesby,
Yes.
Judge Becerra.
Yes, please open 18 through 20.
18,
I'm still here. I can
Oh,
vote on
I'm
that,
sorry.
yes.
Commissioner, when you gave me the numbers of items to call out, I thought maybe you had said you were going to step out for a minute. Sorry about that. That was my fault.
okay.
No, it's okay. I'm here for a couple more minutes.
Okay, he's still here.
Okay, Commissioner Smith,
Those were yes on both of the previous two.
Thank you, Commissioner. And one more time, apologies. Please open 18 through 20.
18, authorize the submission of a grant application to the Austin Community Foundation for the old Hays County Jail restoration. 19, approval of on-site support from Hart InterCivic for the November 3, 2020 general election. 20, approve the rejection of all proposals related to RFP 2020-P09 CDBG mitigation funding and authorize the purchasing manager to publish a new notice as authorized per Texas Local Government Code Section 262.0272.
So moved.
Second.
Are there any comments? Please call the roll.
Commissioner Jones?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Commissioner Shell?
Yes.
Commissioner Inglesby?
Yes.
Judge Becerra.
Yes, please open 21.
21, discussion and possible action to call for a public hearing on July 28, 2020, to establish a 25-mile-per-hour speed limit in Savannah Ridge subdivision.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Commissioner, any comments? Self-explanatory. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Shell?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Commissioner Jones?
Yes.
Commissioner Inglesby?
Yes.
Judge Becerra.
Yes, please open number 22.
Number 22, discussion and possible action to consider the acceptance of road construction and drainage improvements, release of bond number 20BSBHY 3529 for $1,119,697.49, and accept the 2-year maintenance bond number 61BSBID 3153 in the amount of $80,548.01 for Heaton Hollow subdivision.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Commissioner Shell, any comments?
No, sir. Everything's complete.
Awesome. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Inglesby?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Commissioner Jones?
Yes.
Commissioner Shell?
Yes.
Judge Becerra.
Yes, please open 23.
23, discussion and possible action to award contracts for IFB B11 culverts to Contact Engineered Solutions, Fortaline, Inc., DBA, Fortaline Waterworks, and Texas Corrugators.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Smith,
Yes.
Commissioner Shell,
Yes.
Commissioner Jones.
Yes.
Commissioner Inglesby,
Yes.
Judge Basato.
Yes, please open 24.
24, hold a public hearing related to the improvements of roadways within the River Mountain Ranch subdivision in Precinct 3 pursuant to Chapter 253 of the Texas Transportation Code. Possible action may follow.
So moved.
And
Gotta open the public.
And I'm going to open the public hearing. If there is anyone here to speak for or against this agenda item, please approach the podium. Seeing that there is no one moving and no one present, I will close the public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Commissioner.
Thanks, Judge. Mr. Kennedy can chime in. This project's been going on for several years, even before my time was the first phase. This is the second phase of the Chapter 253 project for River Mountain Ranch subdivision in Precinct 3.
Anything to add, Mr. Kennedy?
We haven't had one of these in a while, but I believe most of you have either seen it or done it before. I provided a sample ballot in your backup, and I'll apologize to our county clerk because the sample ballot did not change the name of the clerk from the last time we had one of these, so you'll note that that's old, but it does say sample on it. So anyway, I have changed that, and that will be changed before the court, if the court opts to do this, that will all be finalized before the clerk mails it out. If the court, and I've provided Commissioner Shell with the requisite motion to make today, should he see fit to do so. And if the court does vote this and affirm this and move forward, what would result is mail ballots would be sent out to each owner of property in this subdivision. There are 240 properties within the subdivision, so 240 individual certified mailings would go out, and that would be returned pretty quickly. In fact, the statute requires that we return the count, the vote, either yea or nay in favor of this within 30 days, and it would be announced in court within 30 days of today. So we met with the clerk's office yesterday just to make sure we had our ducks in a row and that everybody's on the same page. I believe we are. Again, if the court affirms, then we'll be ready to pretty quickly and before end of business week this week get those mailings out so that the landowners have an opportunity to vote and return. I believe the clerk indicated that in her cover letter that she would indicate that they should be returned by August 31st. July 31st. Our practice, however, is to count any vote that is returned by the Monday before we announce. And I believe we would schedule probably an announcement for August 11. So those are the details. You'll see on the ballot, the sample ballot, the details for, and I'll pull it up here just so I'm working from the same page of music. But the way this would work for the landowners is that each owner of property, let me back up and just say that this concept is one that these roads are private. They want public maintenance of these roadways. They are not in a condition that would currently meet county standards. So the question that we ask of the road department, and usually we have Jerry and crew go out and take a good look at any road that we think is going to be subject to this proposal. They decide then how much is going to be needed to get it up to county road standards. We plug that into our formula and plug that into our Chapter 253 policy, and it spits out a number on how much each owner would owe pro rata over a period of years. In this case, each owner would owe $4,306.96 at completion over 7 years.
It's marking at each parcel?
Each parcel.
Okay.
So if an owner owns 3 developable parcels, they would
Times
owe
three.
3 times.
Then he goes 3, yeah.
And so for each developable parcel owned, of which there are 240, we will receive $615.28 annually for 7 years to pay back their portion of this money that is needed to get us up to county road standards. Once we've completed that work, then the roads would become publicly maintained, county-maintained roads that would be in our system for all time.
That is
They're
magnificent.
no longer private drives, they can't gate it and other things, so.
It could be gated if it's a third-class road. That's up to the Transportation Department to do. We only have a couple of the public roadways that are gated in the county.
And the other thing, Mark, is that they can pay it all off. They don't have to pay it off over the 7-year period. They can just.
They can pay it all at once, correct?
And if they sell their property in that time, then that has to be satisfied before they can sell their property. And I think we made that, it seemed like we were doing these once a month for a while. We haven't done one for a long
Yes.
time.
It's a good point to clarify that there is a lien placed on the property. So whenever, if this subdivision were to approve this, then everybody will have a notice of impending lien filed, so that notice will make sure if they were to sell their house in the interim, that some unknowing buyer doesn't get shocked with a assessment that they don't know what it is.
We learned this the hard way on one of
So
ours.
we'll file those, that's just a notice. And then Mr. Kenny's office deals with title companies all the time when they call wanting to know what this means.
Usually they just pay it off, don't they, at the sale? It's part of the closing.
Yeah, so it depends where we are in the process. The reason we don't immediately put a lien on the property is because we don't know until the Transportation Department has completed that work what it costs, because it may cost less than the estimate. Often it does cost less than the estimate. So we learned that we needed to provide notice to prospective buyers, and because some of these properties will inevitably sell in the year to 2 years that it takes and for this, with this many roads, it may take longer than that. I haven't found out their timeline.
Also, I think Jerry's estimated on the high side, and I think when he's met with homeowners in the past, he's told them if it's over that he gave them a guaranteed maximum price, I guess.
That's
Is what
correct.
he's done in the past. I don't know if that's what we're doing on this one.
Yeah, we're not allowed to, once they vote on it, that is the number,
That's correct.
which is why we are usually conservative, and we always have come in under budget on those, because we can't charge them more than we say. If something were to happen and we go over budget, then we're stuck with it.
This is a magnificent tool that I'm hearing about for the first time, and I
It
will.
makes it better for our law enforcement, for emergency, ambulances, fire trucks.
See, some of and in Western Hayes County, there's multiple opportunities for this because of the way it was developed in time. This does require the subdivision to be a platted and recorded subdivision, and oftentimes we get requests from areas of the county that are private roads that are not maintained at all, wishing to participate in this program, but it does require the subdivision to either be platted and recorded, or the road to serve a platted or recorded subdivision. And so oftentimes that is a catch that keeps some people from being able to participate in the program. Ms. Strickland does a lot of work oftentimes researching that as people request that. And it does take us a few years, because we put this into our schedule to allow us to continue to do the maintenance and road work that we do throughout the precinct. So it's not, we don't stop our normal work to do this. We plug it into the schedule when we can, and it usually does take a few years.
And we're fronting the money also, so we have a limited number we can do at any one time.
Correct.
That's wonderful. So I had a school board member reach out to me asking for actually this very thing without knowing that that mechanism was available. And I reached out to the commissioner whose road this precinct was in, and I think we have an opportunity to revisit.
That we brought that before, that same, this same program to those property owners, Judge. And so, it's certainly something that we can
could revisit
and see if they're willing to now,
That's right.
be interested in
It's
this.
just a great tool. I think is this tied specifically to roads only, Mr. Kennedy, or can it be to other things?
This is a transportation code provision for transportation-related improvements. So, so roads.
And there's a-
And, you know, it's important to note that, you know, this is a majority of the return votes must be in favor of it. The return mail ballots must be in favor of this for it to move forward. So I'm not sure which one y'all are talking about, but if.
It's another old project that has been kicked around in the past.
Yeah, you know, if we don't, typically the practice of the commissioners is to make sure that there's some consensus in the subdivision before we even bring it to court like this.
That's right.
People that
Because,
vote no against it still have the lien, and they're still
They're still
responsible.
gotta pay.
So
And I
that's,
think,
you
yeah.
want them, yeah.
And one of the questions is whether or not it's, you know, a legal subdivision.
Correct,
So
they're all,
that's-
in, you know, where it is in
that's
terms
another
of
thing.
its location in relation to municipal limits, all kinds of factors that go into it, so.
Yeah, my practice has always been to ask, we usually spend quite a bit of time with the neighborhood before we get to the point of this. In fact, this project started, like I said, before my time, even the first phase. This phase of it is, we've probably spent 3.5 years on this with POA meetings, and I always require a consensus at those meetings before we even go any further, even to put values on things, just to make sure that there is a desire there to investigate it. And then we spend the effort to do it once we get an idea that the majority of the homeowners want to proceed with the project. And it's, I think there's, like I said, a lot of opportunities for this. Unfortunately, many of them are not recorded platted subdivisions. And this is really the only tool that we have to help in the situations of some of these private. I have another one just outside of Wimberley that does not serve or within a platted recorded subdivision, and the roads are extremely poor. I mean, almost to the point of, you know, not safe. But there is really nothing that we can do in those instances because they are private roads, and we can't gift, you know, county funds to repair those roads unless they're public assets. This is the only tool that the legislature has given a county of our size to address those.
The only other way we have done it is we've worked with the POA or HOA to provide improvements and take over roads in stages as the POA is able to pay for it. And you all will recall that we've done that with Wood Creek North over a period of time. But that was just their option. They could have done it with a Chapter 253 proposal instead. It was that the POA was actually well-funded enough with its maintenance program to pay for it.
Yeah, they each year budget the funds that they receive in dues to road repair, and then as those roads are repaired, we take them into the county system. So those POA dues payers are actually paying for the improvements to the road. And since there's a lot of members in that POA, they can actually accumulate enough funds to repair miles of road each year. When you look at a smaller area with maybe 10 or 15 lots served by half a mile or a mile long private road, it's something that they just can't financially do. 15 landowners can't split a $1 million road. Right. Fortunately, sometimes 253 can be used to help those subdivisions, and unfortunately, sometimes there's nothing that can be done. But Ms. Strickland's office does a really good job of working with those neighborhoods when the time comes and explaining everything to them. And even the process, if they wanted to try to become platted and recorded, what that would mean for them, that's an expense as well for them to be able to qualify.
Beautiful, thank you.
That would be something that we'd have to talk with the property owners on this particular road that we're thinking about, because they are not platted.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner, I appreciate it. Please call the roll.
I do.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry, Judge, I probably need to read this just for the record. It's one of these that we don't
Yes, sir.
have to do very often, but I think it's fairly strict. I'll make a motion to instruct General Counsel to finalize ballot language and work with the County Clerk's Office to implement a special ballot election as provided for under state law for the proposed improvements to roads within the River Mountain Ranch subdivision in Precinct 3 of Hays County, to cause the roadway to comply with Hays County road standards, to assess all or part of the cost of the improvement pro rata against the record owners of the real property within that subdivision, based on the finding that the proposed improvements are necessary for the health, safety, and public welfare of the residents of Hays County, and to furthermore request that the results of that special ballot election be returned to Hayes County Commissioners Court and announced within 30 days pursuant to Section 253.007 of the Texas Transportation Code.
Second.
We have a motion and a second, and we've had good conversation. Dr. Cardenas, please call the roll.
Commissioner Inglesby,
Yes.
Commissioner Jones,
Yes.
Commissioner Shell,
Yes.
and Judge Becerra.
Yes, please open 25.
25, PLN 1455-NP, Covered Wagon Phase 2. Discussion and possible action to consider a variance from Chapter 721.505B of the Hayes County Development Regulations.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any comments?
Go ahead.
Great, thank you. Good morning, Commissioners. Judge, Covered Wagon is it's a 3-lot subdivision, each lot being more than 7 acres each. It is located off of State Highway 21. Water will be provided by Go Forth, and wastewater will be accomplished by individual on-site sewage facilities. The variance is to allow for flag lots to be created for this subdivision. The developer is stating that it is to help improve phasing of the project. I don't ever endorse variances, so that is why it is before y'all. I would like to note that this project is in an area that y'all are looking at for the bypass,
And we.
just so that y'all
yes.
are aware.
And I know you don't like flag lots.
I know.
I
This
don't
one
like
was-
flag lots.
No,
Right.
we don't, no. This one, like I said, it's an RV type park. It's not gonna be residential, and the flag lot made sense, but for their detention was the main thing.
For detention, you
For
say?
for the detention that they're having to get.
Okay. So you support this effort, of course. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Jones,
Yes.
Commissioner Inglesby,
Yes.
Commissioner Shell,
Yes.
Judge Becerra.
Yes, please open 26.
26, PLN-1433-PC. Call for a public hearing on July 28, 2020, to discuss final plat approval of the replat of Lot 35, Burnett Ranch, Section 1 subdivision.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any comments? Please call the roll.
Commissioner Shell?
Yes.
Commissioner Jones?
Yes.
Commissioner Inglesby?
Yes.
Judge Becerra.
Yes, we'll open 27, and then we're going to recess for lunch.
27, discussion and possible action to consider a continuation of the local disaster declaration originally proclaimed by the county judge on or about March 15, 2020, and continued for 120 days by resolution of Commissioners Court on March 16, 2020.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. Mr. Kennedy was very optimistic to put 61 days out. I thought that was fine. We can always come back and revisit. And,
I just put that to land on another Tuesday.
Yes, sir.
A couple of months out.
Yes,
And
sir.
obviously, if the court wants to change that, that's fine, but
Nobody
I would
knows.
suggest picking a Tuesday and make sure it's one that's not canceled, so.
that's fine. And I have no problem with that date because we can meet and continue to meet. So this is just to continue what we're doing. We have a motion and a second. Are there any other comments? Dr. Cardenas, please call the roll.
Commissioner Jones?
Yes.
Commissioner Inglesby?
Yes.
Commissioner Shell?
Yes.
Judge Becerra.
Yes, we will take a 1-hour lunch. It sounds really weird for me to say that. We will be back at 1 o'clock. Give everybody a chance to leave and come back. And in executive session, we'll be doing some job interviews.
And Judge, can we maybe get those applications
Yes.
to us as soon as possible?
We would really appreciate HR getting us those applications that Commissioner Inglesby is asking for so that we could more completely conduct these interviews. We will take a 1-hour recess.
Did we do 31?
That's odd.
Did we do 31?
No.
Okay, so we still gotta do it, okay. You jump.
Just like makes me jump out of my skin. I'll take it. It's not mine, but I'll take it.
He does it to wake us up here.
I think so. I'm awake now.
I just think,
And that's not very authoritative, is it?
no, it's like, I'm waiting for the camera. Yeah, that's what I'm just waiting for that, just to give them a heads up. As soon as it turns on, I start. I gavel in just to give them the cue. So far, we've tested 350 people at the high school, and we are slotted with 750 tests, and moving well. And we have returned from our break, and we will continue. To give you a plan of our roadmap, we are going to open agenda item number 31, and there is a standing agenda item of a burn ban. We are getting close to a burn ban, but at this moment in time, we're not going to issue a burn ban. The fire marshal has requested not to issue a burn ban at this time. But after we open agenda item 31, then we're going to go into executive session, and there won't be much left to come back to, I believe. It'll all be in-house kind of thing. Am I right, commissioners?
Yeah.
Just trying to give a heads up to the viewing audience.
Yep, just 31, I think.
And Judge, are you going to open 35 on the burn ban?
If you want me to.
If you don't mind, just for 30 seconds?
You bet, I don't mind. Okay, so please open agenda item number 31.
31, discussion and possible action to designate funding in relation to councils present at a Hays County Cite and Divert program and amend the budget accordingly.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Commissioner Shell.
Thank you, Judge. This item is related to a Cite and Divert program that we've been working on for a while now. This past week, the sheriff met with all of the police chiefs in the county and the district attorney, and they decided they were ready to move forward with this program, hopefully with a September 1st starting time. One of the issues we had for the Cite and Divert program was to be able to provide some defense counsel for individuals that wish to participate in the program. It's set up now that there'll be 2 days a month when someone would appear for this, and we wanted to be able to provide some defense counsel for them so they could understand what it was that was being presented to them and understand the ramifications if for some reason they were not able to complete the necessary work. And the Cite and Divert, just a quick background, is related to the same offenses cite and release are related to. In the instance of a cite and release, an individual reports to the jail at a later date and is booked. It creates an arrest record. The Cite and Divert plan would also be applied to the same offenses listed in the statute for cite and release, but instead of reporting to the jail, they would report to an office in the government center where they would have the ability to speak with defense counsel, and then the district attorney's office would lay out a program that if they qualify for, that they would be able to take. That if they successfully complete that program, then the DA would not charge them for those offenses. So the best example would be kind of like you get a speeding ticket and the judge says, if you take defensive driving and do this, then we'll reduce this or drop the charges for that. So it's a very similar program. Some of those offenses, the DA already has some programs outlined. Some of them may not qualify. It will still be the discretion of the officer, and then also ultimately the discretion of the district attorney whether or not the person qualifies for one of the programs. But the idea was to give all of the agencies in the county another tool to be able to use that does not result in someone going to the jail. And so I think all of the chiefs were on board. It will be paper tickets at first or citations with information. There'll be a website that has things updated. Eventually like to refine the program some more with technology. There'll be some time to do that, so we didn't want to wait on that. We'd rather just try to get started now and get this program going. I'm sure we'll learn some as we go and probably make some changes. And so this item would be to fund some necessary funds for both defense attorneys and for DA staff to operate this. We do plan on having after hours at the government center on one of the days when the San Marcos Municipal Court is in session after hours, so that the building would be open. And that way, if someone has a job or something like that, that would keep them from being able to appear during the regular work hours, they would have that opportunity one of those evenings to show up. And so that's the reason for the stipend portion of this for our district attorney staff. This is just for September. Obviously, we're going into fiscal year 2021 after that, so we will probably have learned some things by the time we're deciding on this program by then, but this is just to get us covered for that 1 month of operation.
Sounds really interesting and exciting, Commissioner, and I'm glad this is here. Of course, it's a huge benefit to all of us to see this moving along, and I'm hoping that we could possibly get a presentation of the finer granular details maybe next week so that we could explain to the community what this actually entails so that those that support this effort could more robustly get behind it. Do you think that's something doable?
I think so. It may maybe give us a couple more weeks to get something polished. Again, we're still working out a few of the kinks, the scheduling of everything, and obviously with this, we'd like to nail down exactly how the defense counsel is placed into this, whether it's a handful of people that, you know, say that, hey, we'd like to participate in that, or whether it's, you know, one person that takes it all on. It'd probably be best to have a few, just in case, you know, someone wasn't able to make one of the meetings. But I think there are still a few details, but I do think that'd be a good idea to have a rollout of the program. And once we've got the all of the website complete and the information and the forms all completed. At first, like I said, we hope to get some technology put into this later, both from a law enforcement officer perspective, whether it be using a ticket writer to start the process, so it automatically goes into some system to try to make it as easy as possible on him or her to use it. And then the other is text notifications, reminders. We see the biggest problem with our cite and release is a failure to appear. So we're hoping to potentially find some county-wide solution that could be used for all of the courts in the entire county that would be an automatic text reminder. So when someone does give us their cell phone number, we could put that in the system, and then it automatically would pick certain dates to tell them, hey, remember, you've got to appear for this, to try to get that failure to appear rate down, because that obviously is not good for the individual. They're likely to have ramifications for that, and it's not good for the county or any of our citizens who are paying for this, because it makes a very inefficient system when we have scheduled hearings and things and people don't show up. So I think it's a win-win if we can get people to appear. It's better for them, it's better for everybody, better for our jail. So that being said, I think we'll probably wait to try to do that countywide. It'll probably be an RFQ. We've already have some staff working on that to try to find a vendor for that countywide solution. And then that would also be rolled into this program as well, where they get anybody that's receives one of these cite and divert citations would also be into that system as well, so it would remind them of the days that they need to be able to appear. There have been some conversations we've had recently with the district attorney of even automating this process for those that wish to do it online, and maybe not even require them to actually show up physically at an office, but if they're qualified to go on, see that they are, and then, you know, kind of just like you do right now, you can pay your JP fines and things online, similar way to opt into the system if they choose. If not, they can always appear in person, but it is something that we could also work on to kind of refine, make this more efficient, and maybe encourage a little more participation from everybody for this program.
That's wonderful. Commissioners, any questions?
I think it, excuse me, I think it is a great option, Judge, for us to have. And, you know, one of the things that we've talked about a few times is that this type of program, the Cite and Divert, will eliminate, if they are successful and complete the program, that this will stay off their record permanently. It will never go on to their record. And so we know that there are instances where people make mistakes. And so if they can show up and go through the program, then they have no record to show for it. So I think it's a great program to have and tool for our law enforcement agencies.
Wonderful. And of course, we incorporate our organizations to support this effort, and it becomes a community-wide effort to bring someone into the fold if they've sidestepped and made a mistake that we could help them through. Because we all make mistakes, one type or another. Wonderful.
Just want to thank all the agencies, you know, getting Budokan, our constables and everybody working on this program together is the only way it's going to work. So good job.
Yeah, I think everybody's, you know, excited to see how it goes. And, for every, one of these that we can find a place for, it's just one, less individual that ends up going through the jail. Understandably, there are going to be people that still will for these type of offenses. It's going to be determined, by the agency and the officer first, and obviously eventually by the district attorney, whether charges are filed. But anyone that we can find, I think that we could bypass the jail. It's a expense to the taxpayer. It causes inefficiencies for something that we know this is going to ultimately be the outcome for the most case anyway. And I think that's where our district attorney's stance is that in many of these type of cases, whether it's let's use a possession of marijuana, which is a Class B misdemeanor, oftentimes in the end result of everything is going to be exactly what the DA is going to do with this program, especially for first offenders, is he's going to offer something in order to get this case through. And so if we all know that that's ultimately what is going to happen, why don't we just try to do that from the very beginning and avoid this extremely expensive, inefficient part of our justice system. And so I think that once everybody becomes comfortable with it, I'm sure, like I said, there'll be some issues we'll find that need to be smoothed out. And I just don't want that to be the reason we don't try. I think it's time to try to get started. We'll work through those issues as we go. And hopefully people become comfortable with it and they understand that it's successful and that it's still providing public safety, but at the same time making our system as efficient as possible and reducing the interactions, especially in the time of COVID and the discussions we recently had with COVID in the jail, reducing those interactions at our jail to as little as we possibly can.
Wonderful. And do you have that dollar amount you could speak up to the microphone?
So this item is for $1,300, and that is, again, it will just handle September. I would expect during some of our budget discussions, we'll probably talk more about this program and some other things that might be related to it. We might have to refine this, but I did, since the sheriff and all the chiefs were able to get this timeline set for September 1st, I wanted to make sure we came in here and got these funds identified so that they understand what they have to work with for that month of September.
Beautiful. So the motion will be to approve $1,300 to fund this effort as a stipend to the DA's office. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Inglesby?
Yes.
Commissioner Jones?
Yes.
Commissioner Shell?
Yes.
Judge Becerra?
Yes. Now, at this point in time, we're going to go into executive session. And sorry, Commissioner wanted me to open the agenda item. Please open agenda item number 35.
35, discussion and possible action related to the burn ban and/or disaster declaration.
So every week, the fire marshal gives my office a report with his recommendation. And the recommendation at this time, although we are in a very hot and very dry time of the year, at this moment, there is no burn ban recommended. Commissioner, you wanted to add something?
Yeah, and I did look at it and have been paying attention to the last few weeks, and we're creeping up in the index, which is the KBDI index, which is one of the factors the fire marshal uses, I know is getting right there. I can't predict, but I'm expecting that next week, the fire marshal more than likely will recommend one. Again, if we keep getting 105, 106 dry days, I can't imagine that number is not going to be over that threshold. So just want to make everybody understand that we don't have a burn ban on right now. That doesn't mean it's safe to burn. Right now, I can see the trees blowing outside. It probably would not be a good time right now. But that also, it is likely going to be enacted, if not next Tuesday, very soon. And so if you have that opportunity to take care of something safely, you might want to consider that, because I think our hands will be tied very shortly on the burn ban. So.
Well said. Thank you, sir. So now we will go into executive session, and during this executive session, we will be conducting job interviews, among other things, and I don't foresee any action coming out of executive session. Do you, commissioners?
There is a possibility.
On number 33?
On number 32.
Oh, okay.
Number 32.
I just want to give the community a heads up, chime in or not, just in case. Okay, so now at this point in time, we will go into executive session.
That's all right. Commissioner Wisnett was a freshman commissioner for 4 years.
What was that phrase that was used? Beginner's mind? Thank you, Kim. So,
We aren't talking yet.
plus the agenda's online too. So, Dr. Cardenas, please open agenda items 32, 33, and 34.
32, executive session pursuant to sections 551.071 and 551.074 of the Texas Government Code, consultation with counsel and deliberation regarding all individual positions in the Hays County Office of Emergency Services. Possible discussion and/or action may follow in open court, including but not limited to appointment and employment of the Hays County Fire Marshal, contingent upon an acceptable background check and acceptance of an offer of employment, and/or the hiring of the Director of the Office of Emergency Services, contingent upon an acceptable background check and acceptance of an offer of employment. Number 33, consultation with counsel regarding the collective bargaining agreement between Hays County and the Hays County Law Enforcement Association, and consultation with counsel and deliberation regarding all individual positions subject to said collective bargaining agreement. Possible discussion and/or action may follow in open court. Number 34, counsel regarding pending and/or contemplated litigation involving Hays County. Possible discussion and/or action may follow in open court.
All right. So we want to start with 32. Sherry, sound like a plan?
Yes, so that we can get to the, whatever you do, it doesn't matter to me what order, but.
Because I know that we
2 o'clock
earmarked,
Zoom and a 3 o'clock Zoom.
we earmarked Mike Jones at 1:15. Is he ready?
He's ready.
Okay, then let's bring him in.
appreciates the courtesy, and he supports that. So I'm going to let you vote, though.
All right.
Thanks.
And
I'm
we're
not
gonna,
sure what the rule is on phone. He can join by Teams, but.
we're gonna go back and,
Open court?
we're gonna get out of executive and we're gonna make our motion and adjourn. Sound good? Okay. We are back from executive session and we have Commissioner Shell with a motion.
Thank you, Judge. I'd like to make a motion,
Say what item?
oh, item number 32.
More than one open?
Yeah, we opened them all.
I forgot we have
This is
more.
item number 32. I'd like to make a motion to appoint Nathan Mendenhall to the Hayes County Fire Marshal contingent upon the acceptance of an offer of employment by the Human Resources Department at $65,000 per year.
We have a motion
Second.
and we have a second. Are there any additional comments or conversation? Mr. Kennedy, if you'll approach a microphone.
I just want to make sure that we're clear that this is a full-time employment position with fringe and all of the benefits that would accrue to it through county employment. And that's not part of the motion, but I wanted to make sure that there isn't some inference that it's 65 flat, like some
No,
sort of
just
contractual.
base salary, 65.
Okay.
Thank you for the clarification, Mr. Kennedy. Spoken like a true attorney. Well said.
Doing his job.
Will you please call the roll?
Commissioner Shaw,
Yes.
Commissioner Inglesby,
Yes.
Commissioner Jones,
Yes.
Judge Pacero.
Yes. And I don't think we have any other motions.
Not yet, I mean, no.
Did, we still have exec items though, don't we?
Okay,
Two more.
we'll go back in. All right then. I thought we were going to be done with it. No problem. We're going to go back into executive session for just a few more minutes. to motion on. So I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
We're out. Thank you very much.